Hello, we've done it. We're here. We're streaming. Whoops, you don't need to see that. I am, of course, absolutely terrified that there is technical difficulties. So please, when you come in, if you come in, it does say that I'm live. Usually somebody's popping in by now. Was the last time or the time before I tried to start streaming? Okay, good. No difficulties right now. Yeah, I ran a whole bunch of tests before the stream, but the one test that I can't do is the stream actually streaming? So, the stream is actually streaming. Wonderful. Peanut Butter Beatrice, Austin Wallace, always a pleasure. Did anything happen this week? Anything important happen this week? Oh, we got even more evidence that we are run by that capitalism is a death cult. Even more evidence that capitalism is a death cult. I think my favorite reveal from the Epstein files, what's being called the Epstein files, right? I think my absolute favorite reveal is because we knew that they were like pedophilic rapists, right? Yeah, exactly, Dave. Dave's getting it. Dave's getting ahead of the story. They're cannibals. They're eating children. Huh? that these people are literally like it is as if like demons came from hell and actively took over the systems of power and are now like governing as if they are the governors of hell. That's really what it's like. And I don't know, in many ways, I've said it before on the channel and I'll probably continue saying it, like it's finally happening. Like it's in many ways I'm quite sad about it. Right? There's like it's the sadness of knowing that we are in fact like this fallen people, that we are governed by like just total psychopaths. But on the other hand, it's like, oh yeah, now it's right there. Like we know it's there, and we can't deny it any longer. That the centrist position has been destroyed. There's no centrist position. You are either a pro-pedophile or anti-pedophile, right? And like, I mean, we all know that the Republican Party is pro-life, but now we know it's because they're anti-necrophilia, right? Austin writes, not to derail of the Epstein files, I'm sure we'll circle back around on that. The big thing about the Epstein story is that now it never goes away now, right? Like usually the way the news cycle works is that you're like hit with a piece of news, then it goes away. This story is so broad in its implication and so impactful in what's going on that it now sets the frame, right? It now sets the frame of all other discourse. That all other discourse now goes through a lens of the Epstein story. And all stories are seen through the lens of the Epstein story. And there will be people who attempt to remove the lens or attempt to skirt the lens or attempt to go around the lens or complain that the lens exists at all. Right? And to those people, we just get to say, you're a fucking Nazi. Right? Like, we really are at the place now where we literally get to just look at people and be like, you are a Nazi. And that's over. Like, the conversation is over. And you should end the conversation with Nazis. You should let people who are pro-pedophilia, pro-cannibalism, pro-rape, know that we don't care what you think. We're not interested in debating you, right? We're interested in stopping you. We're interested in supporting power structures that are going to incarcerate you and take all your assets away. That's what we're interested in. We're not interested in negotiating anymore. And that's a big message I have for a lot of leftists, a lot of fellow leftists, a lot of people who are out in the world, because there's still this sense of like, oh, we just need to convince people, and there's this grandstanding, we should all get behind, and like all of this kind of stuff. It's over, baby. Like, it's over. Like, why are we negotiating with these people? Why are we trying to convince people? Like, you think that people who are pro-pedophilia, pro-rape, pro-genocide are going to support your little, what, like, basic income idea or something? No. Like, we're to the point now where the line is drawn in the sand. There are people who are evil. They are Nazis. Very obviously, very cleanly. Then there's a subsect of people who think that those people can be reasoned with. Those people like to call themselves centrists. And those people are right-wing hard conservatives, right? Hard-right conservatives. And then there's people who go, oh, no, these people are monsters. We should take all their assets away from them and incarcerate them. Or at the very least, keep them out of civil society. And to me, that's the rational position. Like, that's the normal position. That's the position that everybody should be taking. But we're Westerners, right? So we're cowardly losers who don't actually stand for anything. Which is why anybody with any sense in their brain whatsoever should just get out if they can. And if you can't get out, then try to build whatever civilization you can build. Because, like, we've regressed, right? Like, we have no credibility. We're not a civil society. We're losers. Like, we're just losers. And it's fine. It's fine to be losers, right? At least you know where you stand. And the biggest losers of us all will be the ones with the money puffing their chest out, being like, I'm the king of this shit pile. You know, like, okay, bud. Enjoy that. Go have sex with little girls, because we all know that's what you're into. Off you go. Austin writes. Anyway, so that's why I don't mind if we deviate from the Epstein files, because the Epstein files are now ubiquitous, right? Like, if you are in the class, if you are in the wealthy class, you're culpable. If you have $1 billion, you're completely culpable. Even if you didn't go to the island, even if you don't personally have sex with little girls, you know that these things exist. And you know they're there, and you know who's involved, right? If you have $1 billion, you have people to know that stuff for you, right? They're called your assistant. You have a person on your payroll whose entire job is to be like, this person who you have a 9 o'clock appointment with is kind of problematic, and these are the reasons they're kind of problematic. So, if you would like to reschedule, we could reschedule. That person exists, and if you think they don't exist, you're stupid. Like, and I'm just so beyond it. Like, it just reminds me of like when the liberals celebrated a Nazi in Parliament, and everybody was just like, "What an oopsie-doo!" And I'm like, "Are you fucking kidding?" There are people whose entire job is it to vet people who walk into the Parliament, let alone stand up in front of everybody to be applauded. They knew he was a Nazi, you dumbasses. There's a person whose entire job is it to know who this person is and to inform the Prime Minister. And if you don't think that, then I'm sorry, you're stupid. And we get to say so. You're the dumbass. Ugh. Austin. I keep circling around it. I'm just so incensed, might be the right word. What is my take right now on the military buildup of the U.S. near Iran? Do you think they'll invade? I mean, I think that Trump understands that he's completely painted himself into a corner. I don't, like, the next 2 years are going to be obnoxious because it's just going to be loaded with lots of Democratic grandstanding, and they'll likely impeach him, right, once they win the Senate and the Congress, which they likely will. And there'll be all this grandstanding and all this, like, pissing about, when really the Democrats are allies to the Republicans. So it's all just going to be a big show. And there's going to be a huge segment of the population that's just going to be like, see, we're getting them. There'll be justice. Look at us get them. And you're like, Yeah, they're obviously like manufacturing it. Like they're manufacturing consent, right? Which I have a thing about Chomsky and his connection to Epstein as well. Elaney writes, "Happy birthday, Canadian commie. It's not my birthday. My birthday was last month, but thank you. Let's give the Canadian commie a revolution for his birthday." Yeah, you can't make that amount of money without connections or something evil. Yeah. I mean, the whole premise of how you made your wealth is evil in the first place. I think that Trump is leaning on these wars because he's got nothing else that he can do. Right? Like, these people are soulless psychopaths, right? So they're fine with just murdering and eating children. So of course they're totally fine with like throwing your children's lives against another group of children in order to distract you away from their pedophilic rape dungeon that they have on an island. Like, of course they're going to do all that. I don't think he will invade in the same way that he didn't really invade Venezuela, right? Like, Venezuela was like a group of Marines going in and kidnapping a guy and his wife. Like, that's what it was. The Venezuelan government stands. The institution that the Chavistas are still in power. Like, this very strange, odd narrative that seems to have taken hold in the United States, where Venezuela is ours now. It's like, you're dumb. Like, that's just a dumb way to think about anything. And similar things will happen in Iran, which have already been happening. And the military buildup is like a show of force. It's a threat. Because the real hard truth is that the Americans, I mean, I shouldn't say the Americans know, because we're in a post-reality existence, right? Like, reality is just what we want it to be, and we're gonna go in there and liberate them, and but the American military must be aware that the Iranians are not the Iraqis, right? Like, the Iranians have like powerful missile systems. Likely they have nuclear arsenal, right? And unless you're a stupid person, which is like 95% of America apparently, you understand that if you invade Iran with a force that's significant enough to threaten Iran and Iranian security, they will just bomb the shit out of Israel. And Iran has made this extremely clear. Like, if one American boot touches Iranian soil, they will carpet bomb Jerusalem. Like, they will carpet bomb Israel. And because the Iranian position, and I mean, it's not inaccurate to say it, is that Israel is the one that's actually in charge of this whole operation. That the center of power in the West is actually Israel. And that Benjamin Netanyahu has more power than probably anybody else in the whole system. So, and the Iranians have stated this. Like, they've made it very clear. So Trump is playing a dangerous game. The ridiculous sort of situation of he's trying to distract people from the Epstein files in order to, like, it's the same old, right? Like, when you're slipping in the polls, when you're embroiled in a scandal, start a war, right? Literally every president has done this. It's a classic power. It's like Machiavellian politics, right? If you're having an internal domestic struggle, if there's some kind of civil dispute going on, if there's some kind of meaningful conversation happening, start a war. And then what does the narrative become? Oh, we gotta put this aside for a minute, guys, and unify as a people and solidify in order to prevent this external threat. And it's just like basic Goebbels Nazi shit, right? Like, XD is correct. Yeah, probably not Jerusalem, but like Israel. Like, Israel is the opposite of holy and sacred, so we can get rid of it. Peanut Butter Beatrice writes, some goblin compared to the taste of babies to cream cheese. Yeah. Like, these people should be incarcerated and have all their assets taken, bare minimum. Matthew, good to see you. JT, good to see you. XD, of course, good to see you, my man. Hi, John. It used to be in the Discord, but logged out of my account. Do I need a link to rejoin it? Probably. Just send me an email, okay, Matt? Because I don't know which account is yours and all. It's just easiest to just send me an email and I'll send you a link, okay? And for those of you who don't know, I do have a Discord. It costs $1 to join it. You can donate that dollar on my Patreon. I do that because I don't want Nazis in my Discord. Simple as that. Which more and more and more is turning out to be like 30% of the society. Radio Halifax, how you doing? It is nice that it's all out in the open now, right? It is nice that there is just like the position of the left is now unassailable, right? Like, there is no position that you can take in order to be like we're literally being like, we are literally standing up and saying pedophilia is certainly bad, rape is bad. Right? Eating children is bad. And there are people who are trying to come forward and create a defense against those statements. And all they do is out themselves. Right? Because even the act of standing up and defending it is just like, oh, you're just a reprehensible demonic monster. And the only thing of concern is that the people who are standing up and doing that are not just immediately escorted out of the civil society. There's enough power, there's enough weight behind them in terms of people listening and following them that they get to continue forward, right? They'll complain about being quote-unquote canceled, but that just means sensible people will no longer listen to them, that the only people who will listen to them are other ghouls and psychopaths. People who get off on abusing children, right? And apparently there's like millions of them. And that to me is the great awakening moment, is the great moment of just like the clarifying, clear moment that it's bad enough that these people exist, but to know that they have the support of huge segments of the population, that should be the thing that really rings a bell. That really sets it off. Because now we've entered a period of time, like, up until this moment, right, there has been a kind of sense or an aura or a belief that we can reason with one another, that we can have a discourse back and forth, that we can change hearts and minds, that the people on the other side of the conversation are interested in the same things that we are interested in. They just think that they can get there through a different route, and we can have a conversation about that. And that's gone. That is over. That's finished. If you still hold on to this belief that it's about changing hearts and minds, then you are part of the problem. Like, that is all over. The pedophilic, rapist, serial killers, and their supporters and their followers cannot be reasoned with. That you cannot reason with Jason Voorhees, right? You cannot reason with Freddy Krueger. All you can do is inform them that they are a Nazi, because many of them still seem to think for some reason that they are somehow the good guys. But even though I think many of them, like somebody like Nick Fuentes, for example, he understands that he's just a despicable piece of shit. And he likes it. He's a fan of it. He enjoys it. Right? Like the way that a demonic little imp would. Right? And because all you can do is inform them that we consider you evil, and no, we're not negotiating or debating anymore. And when they say the childish things that they say to try to get under your skin, you just go, bye-bye. Like, the conversation's over. You are pro-pedophilia. It's done. We're finished. You can't be reasoned with. You are a Nazi. And just take the position that, oh, if somebody like Joe Rogan platforms Matt Walsh, no longer be like, oh, well, we just need to hear, like, it's over. It's finished. It's done. Joe Rogan is a Nazi apologist and a Nazi collaborator, right? And steadily, these people get pushed out of the society and pushed out of the discourse, one hopes. Really, the truth is that America will fall. And America will fall from within. Because the beating heart of the entire ethos of these pedophiles cannot stand. You can't build a structure that persists through time. It doesn't exist. It doesn't happen. And eventually those institutions begin to degrade and begin to fall. And they begin to degrade, and begin to degrade. They lack complete credibility at all. And you're actually starting to see signs of it. I don't have the article in front of me, but it is on my Discord, where the state of Illinois is joining the World Health Organization, right? That the federal government of the United States pulled out of the World Health Organization, and the state of Illinois went, we actually think we should be part of that organization, so we're going to go around the federal government. And that's just going to keep happening, where the individual states will just circumvent the federal government until finally all the federal government will actually be is a terrorist organization. Just a despicable, harmful terrorist organization that is not that much different from other terrorist organizations that exist around the world. They just have access to nuclear bombs. And that's really where it's going to go. That the United States will degrade into a series of rump states. Like, some states will be completely unfunctioning. They won't be able to function. And it won't be it'll only be a matter of time until other states start looking over at them being like, oh, well, then we're going to take that mine from you. What are you going to do about it? Alabama, right? Like, what are you going to do, Mississippi? Like, what are you going to do? And, like, as the system degrades and as it falls apart, I mean, you are governed by just the most psychotic people that perhaps the world has seen, right? Like, that the only challenge to it would be literally the people who were crucifying people in the Roman Empire, which we'll get there, like we will, like I say it over and over and over and over again, and it's just it's something that I don't hear anyone else say, and so I feel it needs to be said. Like, wait until all of this is public, you guys. Like, wait until it's all just in the public. Like, wait until the President of the United States of America brings a 12-year-old to his inauguration. Wait until there is, like, the public lynchings. Wait until punishments are doled out to people publicly. And in places that can be viewed, that you can go and visit. Like, just wait until it's all done in plain sight. That is going to happen. Right? That this, what the big lesson for the pedophile class is, for these Epsteinites is that we can just get away with this. Right? We don't need to justify anything. We don't need to debate anything. We don't need to even pretend. We can, not only can we do this, we can do this right in front of them, and they won't do anything about it. Right? They're too spineless, they're too fat, they're too gullible, they're too stupid, they're too cowardly. They will not do anything about it. We can kick in the doors of their neighbors' houses and steal people away from them, and they do barely anything at all. They have, like, a little protest. Okay. super duper. Like, that's where this road goes. That it's likely we'll have like a little moment of like the Democrats will come in and the Democrats will pretend like we're bringing normalcy, and they'll pretend and they'll have all this rhetoric about how we're stabilizing the system and we need to bring credibility back to America and all this, but they'll heavily entrench the Epstein class. And they'll do everything they can to defend the Epstein class. And that will just open up the door to like a dyed-in-the-wool true believer to take power, right? This is reminding me of what was it that I wanted to... Yeah. Like, here's a story that I actually think is like, let's ring the bell, right? Let's ring the bell. The UN could be dissolved by July, right? Like the UN is fundamentally an American institution. The Americans have a veto in the UN. And they're not paying their bills. Simple as that. Secretary General Antonio Guterres sent a letter to all 193 member states this week warning of imminent financial collapse. The UN ended 2025 with a record $1.57 billion in outstanding dues, more than double what was owed the year before. Cash could run out by July. The UN is trapped in what Guterres calls a Kafkaesque cycle. Under its financial rules, the organization has to give back unspent money to member states, even when it never received that money in the first place. Either all member states honor their obligations to pay in full and on time, Guterres wrote, or member states must fundamentally overhaul our financial rules. Translation, pay up or let it die. The elephant in the room? The United States owes roughly $2.2 billion, including $767 million from this year's assessment alone. Just to put that into perspective, $2.2 billion is basically nothing, right? So the United States is choosing not to pay. Like, they're choosing that because people like Trump and the pedophilic elite, which is all of them, are beginning to see that the UN, like, they are, the reason why I say stop negotiating with these guys is because they've stopped negotiating. Right? They've just said, we're powerful, you're weak. Go fuck yourself. What are you going to do about it? That's their position. And so stop trying to believe that you can convince them out of it, because you can't. Like, you can't. And they're just telling you to your face over and over again. Yeah, the Trump administration didn't pay any UN dues last year, not a dime. U.S. Ambassador Mike Waltz made the strategy crystal clear: the days of blank checks to the UN are over. And it'll probably fall under a Democrat, right? The Democrats will come in and the UN will be like, okay, we're dissolving this. Because there's complete and total parity between the Democrats and the Republicans. They agree on any issue that matters, right? The Democrats will just slap a trans flag on it. And that'll be that. And so the UN falling would be like a clarion call. It would be a real checkpoint, a real moment to show everybody what I've been saying the entire time. The United States is falling. Its institutions are degrading. It has lost its credibility, and it cannot get it back, right? Like, there's nothing it can do. I mean, there is one thing it could do, but the people who are in charge are not going to do it, which would be to start acting rationally. Yeah, Dave, yeah, you can't be labeled a schizo or whatever for this anymore. Yeah, like, they what are they going to call you? Right? What are they going to say to you? Like, they're going to call you a conspiracy theorist, even though the conspiracy theorists have been right about pretty much everything. Like, I remember a time when a guy talking about MK Ultra was considered like a kooky idiot, right? That you were considered like a complete nut job if you were talking about MK Ultra. Now everybody just, like, that's on the CIA website, for Christ's sakes. Like, it's completely known that, yeah, They were experimenting with people against their will with LSD and other drugs. It's a mind control experiment. I'm sure they've stopped trying to do that, though. I'm sure they're not trying to hypnotize you through your phone. I'm sure. XD writes, protesters were singing a tune telling ICE to come to Jesus. Yeah, they still believe these fascists can and should be rehabilitated. Well, and the big thing is that it does happen every so often, right? Like every so often you got like one guy being like, oh man, I was in such a bad spot and I kind of came around, and that really kind of adds fuel to the fire of it. Really the truth is that I think most of these ICE agents are just like kind of clueless and don't really have much awareness. That they're not much different from a monkey, really. They're just like, I got all C's in school, and man, things are tough, and I don't have a job. Well, here's your job. Oh, okay, it's a government job, it's respectable. Pays a good check. Wow, $100,000. Sign up. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, these people are mad. Of course they're mad, right? Like they're in favor of the illegals. The illegals. Right? And then eventually, like, one person out of, a million finally goes, like, wait a minute. How is a human being illegal? Why? How do you classify a human being as illegal? Why should we believe that your law supersedes their humanity? Why is that something that we should tolerate? But we do. Peanut Butter Beatrice writes, I wonder sometimes if we'll go like Rwanda or Bosnia in terms of internal warfare. It's a terrifying thought. Yeah, it is actually going to go that way. Like, the big thing is that America is a huge place, right? Like, America is a huge place. And it is fundamentally unassailable, right? Like, from the oceans. And I've heard people argue that the United States empire will not fall like the Roman Empire or like the Ottoman Empire because of that, because it lacks these external threats. But it's the internal strife that'll get America. Like, it's the internal struggle. And like a state like California will eventually just be like, why are we supporting Mississippi? Fuck these guys, right? Because the people who lead these states are just as psychotic, are just as embroiled in the pedophile scandal, are just as bought in to this idea that we have the right to commit genocide against whoever we don't like. And so eventually California just goes, yep, you're on your own, Louisiana. Bye-bye. We're not paying your bills anymore. Farewell. And then will come the time when, like, there'll be a watershed on the other side of the border. And California will be like, man, it'd be great if we had access to that watershed. And Arizona will be like, nah, brah. Like, we want that watershed for ourselves. And California will be like, yeah, but we have a stronger military than you, and so we're just going to move in and take it. What are you going to do? It's just going to happen. It's just how these things go, especially in a country. I mean, I use the word country because I don't really have another word for it, right? Like, America's not really a country or a civilization. It's just kind of like a series of corporations at this point. Just like these soulless, amoral, profit-consuming psychopaths. And so these corporations will just make that litmus and just be like, yeah, will it be bad PR? Only to, groups of people who have no power. So who cares? Right? Like, that's going to be my favorite to watch. I think that really starts to happen when I turn about 60. When I turn about 60, things will have degraded so badly that corporate power structures will straight up just be like, yeah. And in fact, I think many of the decisions they'll start to make will straight up just lean into the power. Just be like, look, we took it over. What are you going to do? We're strong. Join us or die. Right? Like, that'll be the big slogan. You know, it'll be like Google. Join us or die. What are you going to do? Right? And I'm sure there'll be like little pockets here and there, like France. France is actually launching a pretty big lawsuit against Elon Musk. Because Elon Musk is a criminal. But like, Elon Musk just won't go to France. So there'll be like little pockets where certain individuals won't be able to go. Because there'll be enough resistance there that it'll be a hassle for them to do it. Like, Netanyahu can't go to certain countries because he knows if he gets off the plane, he'll be arrested. But that's fine. He'll just have his little pedophile island, and it's great. XD, yeah, they'll sing another song and cosplay as handmaids. Yeah. Because, like, if you have no power and you're unwilling to build power in a meaningful way, and if you actually believe that building real power is actually bad unto itself, then you have to express your angst and rage somehow. It's just like, these pedophiles don't care. Like, they don't care. Dress up like handmaids, right? Like, do it. Dress up like the handmaids. Go for it. We're down. Like, we're in for it. Can you keep the costume on? Like, I don't understand. Like, it's the definition of preaching to the choir, right? It's not for the powerful. It's for you, right? It's so that you feel like you can put your energy somewhere. So you can have like an existential. It's not really a threat to them, though. They don't really care. And it's just going to get really obvious once it gets more and more public, right? Like, once Jeff Bezos and his wife start bringing children to events, right? Wearing little outfits, like probably not Elon Musk. Like, who's a good one? Like, Mark Zuckerberg will go to some, like, the Grammys, and he'll have like a 12-year-old on a leash, right? Like, that's coming. Right? Like, Kanye West will go to some event with his wife wearing like a cellophane outfit, and they'll have a 10-year-old girl on a dog collar wearing like a dog mask or something. Right? Like, it's coming. And if you don't think so, then I don't know what to tell you. Like, these guys aren't going to suddenly be like, oh, they got us. JT says, I used to think it was obviously right-wing, overtly fascist folk only that made up the Nazi movement. I know now it had to be made largely of neoliberal-minded folk. Yeah, that's quote-unquote centrists, right? The people who are like, well, let's hear them out, right? We should hear them out. We should listen to what these guys have to say. You know, good speech beats bad speech, you know. Right. Just like a fundamental misunderstanding of how fascism takes hold and how it rises to power. America, a semi-corporate political entity. Hull, good to see you, my man. So, no uprise? I mean, have you read the extreme shit these people in power are doing? Epstein files from cannibals, the eating feces, blood sacrifices, etc. Yeah. I mean, I break up the country into, or the country, the populace, into essentially three groups. All right, you have the smallest group, which is us, right? The people with no power who understand what's happening, who see that the system is in decay and is going to fall apart, who advocate for change, who advocate for a different system, for a different way of being. Right? You've got those people. Of course, we're the smallest group with the least amount of power, and of course, there are factions within that segment as well. Right? The biggest factional difference, if you ask me, in this environment is the people who think everybody else can be reasoned with, and the people who understand that that's over. There's no reasoning with these people anymore. And then you have, like, the center, which is, like, the people who are least connected to what's going on, who are just trying to live their lives, raise kids, live a life, right, as best they can, who are like, well, it's a both sides issue. It's complex, complicated. Oh, man, can you believe it? Well, off to work, right? And that's most people. And that's the largest group. They're like basically like one step above a monkey, right? That our educational system basically pushed everything that could be considered radical thought out of their minds, and they're just down for that. And yeah, this group enables the third group, right? And the third group is much larger than the first group, and the third group is like, pedophilia is good, we should do it. And it's as simple as that. And the third group, of course, is the group that has the wealth and the money and the power, because they're willing to enact violence in order to get what they want, right? Like they're willing to round people up and execute them and throw them children in mines, and like they're willing to do this shit, right? Whereas the first group is like, no, we should have a reasoned discourse, we should discuss things, right? It's not how anything happens in the West, and it's not how anything has ever happened in the West. And if you want to change that, right? If you want to protect yourself from these people, well, there's only one language they speak, right? That's sort of my biggest fear, right? Is that not fear, that's too much, but like, is that like the bulk of the population is not going to get into a position of outrage. They're just going to be like, well, what do you do? Right? Like that's really what it's going to be, is that it's just going to be like, well, what do you do? And there is no alternative power structure. There's no alternative place to go. There's no other option. I recently saw a video of like one of the owners of TikTok, and he's like, yeah, we monitor left-wing groups and we monitor right-wing groups, right? And we feel there's extremism on both sides and blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, but the difference there is that when you monitor left-wing groups, you do it so that you can destroy them. Whereas when you monitor right-wing groups, you do it so you can recruit. That's the difference. Hall says, Jesus Christ, the whole missing children thing that goes on regularly makes sense. Just in 2024, 349K kids went missing in the USA alone. Yeah, I mean, we're starting to get a really good picture about why Republicans are pro-life, right? Like, we're starting to get a really good idea about why they take the positions they take. Like, they want a crop of children to rape. Like, it's pretty straightforward stuff at this point. Peanut Butter Beatrice, stupidity rather than evil will be our undoing. Yeah, I don't really buy into this anymore. Like, I think that was something that you could get away with, like, even a year ago. You could fall back on the, like, never attribute to malice what can be explained through stupidity. Like, no, we can attribute this to evil. Pretty straightforward. XD, the bulk of the population has been turned into petite bourgeois, or believe they are. Yeah. I mean, when you're screamed at through a propaganda system. Andrea Roosh, I don't know if I've ever seen you here before, Andrea. Why don't I stream on Kick? Good question, Andrea. You know, good question. Maybe I should. I just haven't. Like, there's a like, I don't really know what this is, right? And it's just me. Like, I don't have a team, right? Like, I'm just a guy. And just calling it how I see it. And I don't know, I think there is this sense I have that there's going to be like a social media purge, you know? Like it's already happening, and it's definitely going to come, where they're just going to go through and scrub everybody from all this stuff, and they'll do it openly. Like it's not going to be done in kind of a secretive way. And so I don't know. I suppose I've fallen into this mindset of like, why bother? You know, like why bother trying to expand too much more into this system when it's pretty clear that they're going to scrub the thing. And I don't know though. Maybe I should try. It would just be one of those things that I'd have to just set it up. Pookie says, hello, I was banned from here 2 months ago. Well, bad start. When I see communists advocating for internet regulation, I don't react. Do you know why? Oh, this is going to be good. Let's see how long this guy lasts. It takes only a little bit of crumbs to turn people away from revolution. Like, I mean, to me, the main culprit in the society is the education system. Like, the education system exists to convince people that this is all they get. Right? And it's always, I don't know what this Pookie guy's on about. Communists advocating for the one thing that I think should happen on the internet is I think people should know who you are. Like, I get why people are like, oh, I want to remain anonymous on the internet. It's like, yeah, I don't think so. Like, I think people should know who you are. Because communists advocating for regulation is an indirect self-sabotage. What, you think the state wants your good? I mean, you're getting into, like, big theory in... Like, that's like Leninist theory, right? And that's a big contention point between the anarchists and the communists, right? That the point of contention that exists between anarchists and communists is basically that anarchists want the abolition of the state, and communists argue that you can't just do that. You can't just snap your finger and have the state be abolished, right? And that if you attempted it, the very first thing that would happen is that a state would come and assert itself. And that would be the end of you. Ang says, what's wrong with internet anonymity? I think that it increases the psychopathy of the society. That you don't have a face, you don't have a name. You don't know if you're talking to a child. You don't know if you're talking to a robot. That's another thing. I wish that they would purge all these bots off of it. Like, the internet is an enormously powerful communications tool. It's an enormously powerful communications tool, and you have no idea who you're talking to on it. Like, we should be able to seamlessly and easily communicate with the people around us in our neighborhood through the internet. Like, the algorithms should be showing us what the people around us are saying. Right? They should be showing us what our neighbors are saying. They should be showing us what the guy down the street is saying, what our ministers are saying, what the people in our communities are saying. But the algorithm doesn't do that. Right? In fact, the algorithm really exists to diffuse that energy. Pookie says, why would our governments today want a communist telling people to take it down? I mean, first of all, our governments today are essentially pedophile clubs, right? Run by a group of psychopathic elite. So why would they not want a communist telling them anything? Because they want to continue raping our children? Like, pretty straightforwardly. Yeah. Subscriber maybe is kind of hitting something. 4chan shows why anonymity can be bad. Pookie Man, why are you here? Like, why are you here? It's just kind of embarrassing, frankly. Yeah. Like I used to be a big advocate for anonymity on the internet. I really steadily am like, nah, I don't think so. Like it's been steadily over time. I've just like, I don't think it's a positive for us. I don't think it's good for us. I don't think it's healthy for a society to have this like major mass communication system where a fake version of you can do whatever they like. Right? Oh, Andrea, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ignore. Oh, Kick is good because more international audience than Twitch, and you get 95% of sub money. Yeah, maybe I'll look into it. Thanks for the tip, Andrea. Over on Twitch, maybe people will be nicer to each other if you're not anonymous. Sven, yeah. Good point. Bots, etc., are going to grow in complexity. Yeah, Kick is cool. Okay. Maybe I'll look into it after the stream, honestly. I'm just, I don't know, exhausted. Ong says, maybe I'm too nostalgic for the Wild West World Wide Web era of the late 90s and early thousands. Yeah, back when the internet was actually, like, good. You can save your videos on RooTube then at Canadian Commie or Means TV. Yeah, I've never really thought about saving them, frankly. Like I've kind of view myself as just being part of a. Seems like just saving grains of sand. Also, Beam lets you multi-stream many at one time. I think not a streamer myself. I don't know what Beam is, but I'll take a look at this, guys. Yeah. My knowledge is impressive. I mean, I just read. Pookie writes, it is simple when you are communist, you are anti-system. That's not accurate at all. And so our way of functioning today is the very maintenance of it. I mean, communism advocates for the changing of the system, right? You just change the system. And it advocates for the position that things can be changed, right? Like a big position of the capitalist system or a big position of capitalists and the capitalist system is that this is what it is, that it can't be changed. Communists disagree with that we can change it, and we should. And communists are not anti-system, though, by its very nature, right? Like, communists very much think that you can... Like, the position is that systems will exist. It's just what are those systems and who should control what and what structure should exist in what capacity. Yes, you are against capitalism, yes, but capitalism is not, like, the idea of the system, right? And the way our, like, the Leninist argument is that humanity goes through transitionary periods, that we had feudalism, and then what that transitions into is capitalism, and then what that transitions into is socialism. And then what that transitions to is communism, that it's transitory, and that all human societies go through these transitionary periods and through this transition, right? Like, you can't leap from feudalism to socialism, that a capitalist period exists, and that's just part of the fabric of the structure of it. And that what punctuates the eras or the transitions is a period of revolution. The Marxist view, I mean, Pookie, I'm starting to get why I think I banned you in the first place. Like, I don't think you actually know anything, and you're like one of these guys that like to preach when you are not actually literate. Is that the world would almost inevitably, by its own productive forces of evolvement? Yeah, that's just garbage. It's just, I don't even know what you're saying. I'm starting to see why you got banned, man. You're just one of those guys that comes in and speaks with authority when you don't have any idea what you're talking about and lack the ability to communicate it. So you're like one comment away, I think. Sven, thanks for the link, man. I can't click on the link there because it won't come up on the stream. There's no point to it, but yeah, I think Dave's onto it, right? They would prefer to die with the capitalism than instead of changing the system. Yeah, like it's the classic like John. Oh, I'm blanking on that name. Oh goodness, the fellow that wrote Paradise Lost. This is a bit of an obscure one, but he's the fellow who wrote the story of the fall of the devil, right? Which was so ubiquitous within Christian culture that it became kind of canon, even though it's not in the Bible at all. Oh goodness, why am I blanking on that, John? That's really going to bother me. Give me a second. But he's the fellow who really popularized the idea that it's better. John Milton, thank you, Andrea. He's the guy that popularized the idea that it's better to rule in hell than serve in heaven, right? And that's essentially how these guys think about the world, right? Like Donald Trump is sitting there being like, yeah, it's better to rule in hell than it is to reign in heaven or to serve in heaven, right? And like for God's sakes, you got Donald Trump like literally walking around being like, yeah, I don't think I'm heaven bound, you know? Like if it came out that Donald Trump was literally a demon, I'd be like, yeah, like that makes sense. The guy is just like, yeah, I'm not heaven bound. I'm going back to my home, right? Okay, Pookie, whatever you think. Like, you're just talking. Hey, I'm just talking here. Everything I'm saying is wrong and sort of silly and badly articulated, but I'm just talking. It's just I'm exhausted, right? I'm exhausted by these, like, pedophile-loving Nazi narcissists who come in and pretend like they know anything, and then they start trying to raise points of contention when it's obvious that they're just fucking Nazis, right? Like, it happens, like, probably once a stream where we have somebody like that come in, and I'm pretty much over it, right? Like, we are governed and ruled by very overt psychopathic pedophiles and rapists. And if the people who are in charge are not actively involved in that, they're definitely culpable. They definitely knew that these systems exist, right? They're not whistleblowers, right? They're not sitting there being like, holy shit, this is happening. We gotta do something about this. Holy fuck. Right? They're like, oh shit, there's like this pedophile island. Well, better keep running my slave plantation. It's exhausting, right? It's exhausting, and I'm pretty much over it. I don't really have much time, and I could really tell. I can really tell when people are unserious because they're not actually asking questions. They're sort of on their soapbox preaching about a subject they don't really know anything about. We've got somebody by the name of the True Democratic North. Don't think I've ever seen you here before, my man. Wave to you as well. I hope you're well. I hope you're well. So I'm going to quickly pivot to... This is a story that's actually gotten me... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Have I lost it? Oh, shoot. I must have not brought it up. U.S. military. I mean, the United States military helping Trump to build massive network of concentration camps. Nothing new there. Oh, shoot. I didn't actually bring it forward. Oh, well. I'll talk about it anyway. The Chinese military, and Eggs, maybe you could speak to this because I'm still in research mode on this. So the Communist Party of China has removed from its top level of you know what? I'm just gonna go to the Discord and get it. because I just think it's a New York Times article, and of course it has all the biases that you expect from the New York Times. But China has been essentially removing military leadership at its highest level. Like, these were the commanders serving under Xi Jinping in the Central Military Commission in 2023. Mr. Xi has since ousted every officer on this stage except for one. Mr. Xi's extraordinary purges over 3 years have left a void at the top of the world's second most powerful military. I mean, I would argue that they're getting to be a little bit more powerful than that. And then the article goes on to sort of describe, here are the people. And so my question becomes, and of course the central state of the Chinese government says they are doing it to purge corruption, right? It's an anti-corruption push. I tend to, and of course there is the idea of centralizing power as well. I would be curious to know how much of this is a purging out of kind of old thought and the old guard, that as China steps into the world stage, it probably needs a new way of thinking about the world and how to think. And so if you have generals that are like thinking like it's still 1982, probably don't need them anymore. Yeah, Andrea's correct. CPC just executed 3 convicted pedophiles that were in the party. Yep. Pittsburgh says, I think Xi knows what he's doing. Yeah, I mean, he's the leader of an extremely powerful and influential institution. And he seems, the big question, and I've seen enough people talk about this, where is this opening China up to, because it has the feeling of instability. Is there a factional power struggle happening in China? Right? And is this something that the United States can exploit? Is this weakness? I think is the big question, right? That you have this conversation about purging corruption, getting corrupt people out of the party and out of positions of power. And what makes this conversation so difficult is that it's really hard to find information about it. Like, it's really, like, it's the Chinese Communist Party is not an open source. They're not going to just tell you anything, right? It would be a and so all we can do really is speculate about what's going on in China about this. Of course, I have to always point out, can you imagine if the leadership of America just purged out its top-level generals? Evening, Joe. Hull says, China believes in cutting off the rotten fruit immediately before the rot spreads. No questions asked. Yeah, I mean, I just sort of wish I knew more, I guess is the way to say it. It's something I want to bring to people's attention because it's something, like, it's very, very interesting. Like, this is, how often do you see over a short period of time a military get purged of its top level generals? And you can make the debate all you want about consolidation of power and factionalism and all this, but just from an organizational position, right? Like, you need to have, like, branches of military. You need to have an operations system. You can't just have one person standing at a table being like, send these guys here, go here, right? And so it's very clear that China is changing the structure of its military. And the question arises, why? You can talk about corruption and all that kind of stuff all you want. And I'll believe you to a certain degree, right? Sure. Like, I believe that some of these guys are caught up in corruption scandals and all this, and they're trying to get rid of them, and that they're concerned about internal strife and all this. But really, it looks to me like it is a restructuring of how the Chinese military functions. And what does that restructuring mean in a geopolitical sense? That China's military ambitions or military position has been very insulated and very insular for a long time. That it's been very focused on just national defense, secure borders, security. Is this a moment where China might be moving to a more external view? The concern, I've always been willing to give China the benefit of the doubt. And I've always believed that they don't have imperial ambitions and they're not moving forward in that regard. Could this be the moment where that changes? Could this be the moment where China starts to go like, yeah, why don't we just take over the Philippines? Like, why are we just allowing Indonesia? Like, these are important shipping lanes. We should secure them. You know? Nations have done these things before in the past. And the West, I think, kind of expects it. That's the conversation surrounding Taiwan, right? There's this expectation that China is going to militarily invade Taiwan. Sort of difficult for them to simultaneously remove all their generals while also doing this big military exercise. But could this just be a moment of restructuring? Is this the moment when Xi Jinping and his predecessors, because we know that that's coming soon, is this the moment when they start to take a more external view? To pivot away from this, because I don't really have anything more to say about it. Hold on. Sven asks over on Twitch, is it possible to mix capitalism with communism? That's essentially what the Chinese are doing. What the Chinese system has really shown everybody is that you can have a very robust, functioning economic system if you have a strong institutional communist organization that owns your banks and owns the resources, the raw resources. And then you can have a market system that kind of operates underneath that. Or atop it, depending on how you want to view that. But that's fine. It's the same. That the communists seem to be correct when they point out that, like, imperialism is when your banks start to export war for profit. And so the communists are like, okay, well then we'll just own the banks. And what that means is that in China, you can have your factory, you can have your privately owned institutions, you can have the Gap, you can have McDonald's, all you want. But if you want to find financing, if you want to get resources in order to actually do anything, you have to negotiate with the communists. And that was an arrangement that was set up post the Vietnam War. That the Chinese were basically looking down the barrel of a gun, and with the Americans being like, we can just keep bombing you, like we can just keep this war going, or you can go to work for us. And the Chinese chose the work over the bombing. So, and that's beginning to end. That's beginning to end, which is why this whole conversation about their military is so interesting, because we're in this moment in time where America is on this major decline. The dollar is on decline. American credibility is on decline. And American institutions are on decline. And China is on the ascension. Chinese institutions are stronger than they've ever been. They have the strongest military they've ever had right now. The their organizations are strong. They're financially strong. They're the world's manufacturing base. They're the world's trading partners. And so now that things are changing and now that things are fluctuating, what makes it interesting is, like, I know what America's trajectory is, right? And so that's not really interesting, right? In fact, I think it's going to be quite boring, right? It's gonna look like a bunch of fucking monkeys screaming at each other, and you're just gonna be like, look at the monkeys, there they are, they're screaming. China is going to be different. Like, it's going to be different because it's actually governed by an institution that seems to care about its own people and care about the legacy of its own institutional power. That's way more interesting. And so the question is, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? Pookie says, Canadian Commie, do you want to record a voice discussion through your Discord? No. I actively stay away from the sort of debate bro culture on purpose, because I just think it's like Hassan Piker has a term for it. It's a debate perverts. I just don't think it's valuable. It's just kind of a waste of time. Hull says, China is definitely waiting on the U.S. to enter a crisis before taking Taiwan over. I'm calling it. And then Andrea says, I don't think they will rejoin with Taiwan before 2049. I think the Chinese position, near as I can tell, is they already believe that Taiwan is part of China, that they see reunification with Taiwan as culturally inevitable, that there will simply come a time where the people who live on Taiwan will be like, yeah, we're a Chinese province. Whatever. And that there'll be these, like, systems that are different. Like, China calls it 2 systems, 1 country. That's the policy. And the belief in China and within the Communist Party is very simply that just by moving forward and not really needing to do anything about it, eventually the people of Taiwan will just come to view themselves as part of China. And that'll just be how it goes. Simultaneously, while they do this, and this is the reason why the Americans are like, they're going to invade, they're going to invade, they're going to invade. China is not foolish, right? It looks at Ukraine, right? It looks at how America acts in the entire rest of the world. It sees America funding separatist groups in Alberta. Like, it sees these things. It's not stupid. And so it understands that it might need to defend itself and defend what it considers its own territory, which is Taiwan. And so it's preparing for the possibility that a separatist movement will take hold in Taiwan and declare itself independent from China. It's preparing for that. And that's the moment China will invade, right? China is not going to invade Taiwan until there is a declaration of an independence movement. That's the moment. And they're obviously not going to permit that for obvious reasons. And, like, you can get into your rhetorical, like, philosophy mind if you like. Like, no one's more utopian than the people who are like, Taiwan should be independent. It's like, I don't think you have a realistic grasp on what the United States and what the Western military is all about, if you think that way. Sure, in like a vacuum where there isn't this like psychotic force trying to destroy your country, sure, Taiwan should be independent, fine. But unfortunately, we live in reality, right? And in reality, an independent Taiwan is an unsinkable aircraft carrier off the coast of China for the Americans. And if you think anything else, then I just don't know what to say. Like, I just don't know what to do about that anymore, right? Like, it's so exhausting that people are like, the Americans would never do the thing they've been doing for 100 years. Like, yes, they would. Yes, they would. Yep, Pookie, no. Like, and I gotta be honest with you straight up, Pookie. It's weird that you would think I would want to. Like, you're a nobody. Like, I don't know you, and I've banned you previously. Like, what the fuck is this, bro? Like, you're just kind of cluttering things up. The true democratic north is economic planning and socialism aren't the same. I know you've said something previously. Doesn't common prosperity aim for more economic planning and socialism? So you would think so. Like, you would think so. This moment in time is really revealing something. I don't see a lot of people talk about it. And I love talking about it, which is that two competing economic theories basically went head to head starting around 1970. Duke of Bread. No, friend, this is not a libtard channel. You're in the Canadian commie. We are communists. You can keep your liberals to yourself, please. No liberalism. Thank you very much. I'd rather talk to conservatives than liberals. At least conservatives are honest about their lack of empathy. U.S. capitalists do economic planning to socialize risk and privatize profit. Well, and look, the competing economic theories were basically, in America, the prevailing theory was that power emanates from finance. That finance is the true center of power. You can move armies with finance. You can move resources with finance. You can build factories with finance. And so the goal is finance, the profit motive, right? And if you'd like to be charitable, I don't think we should be charitable to these pedophilic, narcissistic rapists, but if you wanted to be, you would say that this was an economic theory. They had this idea. Well, the Chinese had a different theory, and that theory was Marxist-Leninism, that power emanates from manufacturing, from the ability to make things. Right? If you have the ability to make things, then it doesn't really matter how powerful your financial institutions actually are. Right? And of course, there's like a blending there. Like, you do need finance versus manufacturing. But really, what we've seen is that China is proving that real power emanates from the ability to make and manufacture. Yeah, Pookie, I'm sure you think it would be a very good discussion. I'm sure. And Pittsburgh, yeah, or as Mao said, power lies in the barrel of a gun. Yeah, I mean, that really speaks to Mao's... that quote, more than any other quote that comes from Mao, really speaks to Mao's worldview. And, like, Mao is such an interesting and complex figure. But really, if I were to try to nutshell Mao, he was a fucking warlord. Like, he was just a military... And, like, no, I don't mean warlord in, like, a negative, pejorative way. I mean, like, he was the leader of a military force. And that's essentially what he was and what he always was. And it's very difficult to criticize Mao as a military leader, especially given the enormity of the success of his project. And that I think it's correct to say that if you wanted to critique Mao, and you can critique Mao, the time to do that would be when he became the governor, right? That he ends up being not the best governor, right? And the best example I have of this moment is one that's not really that well known, because it's a very subtle sort of interaction, or it's a very interesting moment in Chinese history where Mao takes power, the People's Republic of China is established, and then Mao begins what he calls "Let 100 Flowers Bloom," where he opens the society up to criticize the Chinese Communist Party. And the theory behind it is let everybody speak their mind. Let people criticize the Communist Party, right? Let's have a moment. Let's air out our differences. Let's air things out, right? And initially people are like, oh yeah, okay, cool. This seems like a good idea. But then after it happens, Mao basically shuts it down and purges a bunch of people. So it really had this kind of like shell game feel about it, where it's like, everybody speak your mind, tell the truth. Ha ha, it was a trick. Right? And really, I think it kind of revealed a kind of... I want to step lightly here because Mao was a great leader, like one of the great leaders in history and one of the great communist leaders. And I certainly don't want to insult any Maoists out there. But it did kind of reveal a sort of fragility that Mao had in regards to his capability as a governor. And that and I mean, to be fair, right, there's a lack of confidence in the strength of the Communist Party and the Communist institution, and that lack of confidence, I feel, shows itself several times through Mao's tenure. That the Cultural Revolution itself shows a lack of confidence. And I mean, it's not a harsh critique, because Mao spent the vast majority of his life militarily fighting his enemies in order to erect this institution in the first place. And so I think that he was very defensive of it and saw any kind of affront to it as a threat to it. And I think people respected that and understood that. And so, of course, Mao is going to say power lies in the barrel of a gun, right? He literally fought like a civil war, World War II. Like, really think about that, man. Like, Mao fought in war for like 40 years. Longer than that, probably. Like, that's gonna mark you. You're not just gonna walk away from that. Pookie, man, I'm really gonna level with you right here, my man. Like, you really want to start asking yourself why you're rubbing people the wrong way, right? Like, you really want to start asking yourselves that question. You are asking a question now, so let's answer that question. What is it about capitalism you're having in Canada that's not meeting what you find ideal in the country and that socialism would solve? Oh, that's a great question, actually. But Baldy unfortunately undercut you with a $10 donation. Thank you, Baldy. I appreciate it, my man. You're probably my most consistent donator, my man. I really do appreciate it. If I ever meet you in real life, I'll give you a big handshake, my man. How does one become a judge in Canada and the USA? Is the court system the same between Canada and the US, or are they different from one another? That's a great question, too. And I'm going to give you preference, my man. And then I'll circle back around to you, Pookie, because I actually think that your question is good, too. So in the United States, to become a judge, you basically just win an election. But it differs state by state. And in a lot of states, it's straight up just like, get your name on the ballot, yeehaw. Right? You don't need to have any legal backing. You don't need to have any of that kind of stuff. And then there are other states rather, where you have to go in front of like a panel of judges, and those panel of judges can be like, yeah, sure, he can be a judge, right? But the criteria for it is pretty loosey-goosey. In Canada, to become a judge, you have to have been a lawyer for, I think it's like a period of 20 years, and you have to have taught in academic institutions for something like 10. And then again, you have to go before a panel of judges. And that's all to just become like an appellate judge, right? You're not even like a judge. You're the judge that they go to when they want to be like, hey, this judge said this, we want a second opinion, right? And then through that process, there's a whole system of vetting that happens. The result of this is basically like, and of course it's different when you start talking about like the Supreme Court, because that's the system in Canada. The system I just described is how you get Supreme Court judges, right? That the list of people who can be selected to sit on the Supreme Court is extremely short. And it's extremely short because it's the Prime Minister of Canada that selects, but he has to select from this very small list, right? Because the justice system feels that it needs to maintain its credibility, right? You can't just start to appoint your buddy. Whereas in the States, as we've seen, the president can appoint who they like, and they often just appoint some billionaire simp who is going to do what they're told. That's it. So Pookie, to answer your question, what is it about the capitalism you're not having in Canada that is not meeting what you find ideal for the country? So it is that the workers do not have control over their own workplaces. That's really what it is. That workers have no say. Like, we claim we live in a democracy, but most of us spend most of our time in tyrannical dictatorships. And those tyrannical dictatorships are called jobs and called workplaces, right? Like, if you work for a Target, let's say, Target is a tyrannical dictatorship. Walmart is a tyrannical dictatorship of like the worst possible kind. Amazon is a tyrannical dictatorship. You go what you wear what you're told to wear. You go where you're told to go. You work when you're told to work. And if they decide they no longer need you, they shit can you, right? If they decide that they can just flood the market with cheap immigrant labor and chase everybody out of these places, they'll do that, and they have done that. Here in Canada, they've for sure done that. And the offshoring, the deindustrialization of America, the offshoring of all of these manufacturing jobs, right? That completely decimated American cities. Like, Detroit was decimated by that, right? And what would a socialist society, how would that change? Yeah, I'm not going to let you offshore my job. You're not just going to shit can somebody and flood the market with cheap immigrant labor. If these workplaces are owned by the people who work in them, right? Which is fundamental to the socialist idea. Like, the socialist idea is that the people should own the places they work in, and that there just shouldn't be capitalists. That having a private owner who doesn't really do any work at all, who just holds like the deed to the place. Somebody like Galen Weston Jr., you know? And I have personally experienced the negative hand of this. I've been laid off from 2 jobs, and I've literally watched a workplace that I was working at just get flooded with cheap immigrant labor to the point where the ownership was like, basically put the gears on me until I finally quit the thing. Because it was like, they can force these immigrants to work. Like, recent immigrants don't really know that they have rights. So when they're told to work until they drop for no money at all, they do it. Because they're coming from these war-torn countries. Baldy says, I thought you have to get on a list to become an appellate judge. Who handpicks an appellate judge? Other judges. Like it's very like lawyers and then like appellate judges. And maybe I'm missing a tier here, but it is just like it's a system of vetting, right? It's a system that you have to be vetted through the system. And that's what I like about it. And it's very similar to the National People's Congress in China. That's why I like that. I like that there is a system where you have to be vetted. You can't just win a beauty pageant and then become the king of America like Donald Trump did, right? Pookie says, if that was meeting the needs, then it would be okay for most people. If my question was more demanding an answer of how the system failed, it's not delivering. The people, of course, it's not delivering for the people of Canada. What are you talking about? Housing prices are outrageous, right? There's an entire generation of people that have been pushed completely out of the housing market because there's a thing called a housing market for some reason. 60 to 70% of Canadians live paycheck to paycheck. Like we're in a state of total disaster. Like this, if you look at the economic data, we're in a position that's worse than the Great Depression. That everybody is living just like on a wire, on the thinnest possible edge. And of course, the ruling class is exploiting that because a terrified people are a compliant people. But everybody is like a $400 accident or a $400 demand away from complete total ruin. Like, if that's not a failure, then I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's like the reason why there's so much conversation about things like basic income, about these things, is because everybody understands that the system is coming apart at the seams and that it just needs one little pop. And of course, the biggest condemnation of the system as it stands right now is that it renders those who have been most heavily destroyed by it completely invisible. If you're a homeless person living in a tent, you might as well be completely invisible. If you're a homeless person on the street, everybody just goes, that guy just needs to get his act together, and steps over you on the way to spend $10,000 on a purse or something. Like the reason why there's a whole group of people who seem to think that everything is going okay is because the people who have been abandoned by the system are invisible. And they've been invisibilized. That you have to go seek them out and find them on purpose in order to even begin the process of perceiving it. And then there's a whole structure of indoctrination and thought, this hyper-individualism, that believes that it's not a systemic failing, that it's a personal failing. As if the reason why a person drowned in the ocean is because they just couldn't swim hard enough. As opposed to like anybody in the ocean is going to drown. There's no amount of swimming that they could do in order to save themselves. And so like to say that Canada's economy is in a shambles. Like it's in a complete and total shambles. Even by neoliberal standards, it's in a shambles. And the solution that the ruling class is finding is to flood the market with cheap immigrants. And through slave systems like the Temporary Foreign Worker Program, which is a slave system. And that's the neoliberal solution. Ditto, I don't think I said hello to you. Hello. Yeah, fascists are clutter. In the bin they go. Yeah, you can't become a judge by getting your billionaire friend to pay Mr. Trump $1 million. Doesn't sound like freedom. Don't they know that money is... Don't they know that money is speech? If I have $100 bazillion I got from my slave plantations, don't they know that gives me a bigger voice? JT says, capitalism, having capitalists own every aspect of our homes and work and lives cannot meet needs. Well, and to me, like, the biggest failing of people's perception, there's this perception that exists in the world today of, like, well, those guys earned it, right? They have $100 billion. Well, they earned it. As if that's a justification of any kind. Like, that's the thing that sort of shocks me about the discourse, is that you have these guys saying these things like, well, they earned it, so they get to keep it. It's like, imagine if any other social deviancy was, you attempted to explain it away that way, right? Sure, he raped her, but he earned it, right? He had to follow her home, he had to plot it, he had to really think it through, right? And he overpowered her, he earned it, right? The question isn't one of whether or not they earned it or they worked hard for it. The question is whether or not what they're doing has social value, right? That's what the question actually is. You can work really hard to earn something that we have decided as a people has no social value, right? Like, if you're a con man and you steal a bunch of money from elderly women by lying to them, right, you're working really hard, but what you're doing doesn't have social value, and so we say you shouldn't be able to do it. And the argument against wealth hoarding is very simple, which is we don't accept the centralization of power. We completely understand that argument politically. Politically, we say, yeah, we shouldn't have a king, right? It's a bad idea to have a king. And it's a bad idea to have centralized power simply because centralized power structures, even well-meaning ones, even if you have the most benevolent centralized power structure that could possibly exist, a centralized power structure cannot respond to the needs of its people. It just can't. It doesn't have enough resources to be able to do it, even if it wanted to, right? That's why you need to have decentralized power structures, because the people who know what's best for them are the people who are experiencing the thing, which is why owning the workplace is what we need, a diffusion of centralized power. And so we understand that politically. We understand that power should not be centralized politically. That's why we have a House of Commons and a prime ministership, and there's the Supreme Court system. And in America, theoretically, there's the Congress and the Senate. Theoretically, we have an understanding that theoretically that exists, right? But for some reason, we don't extend this logic to economics. And I think that really stems from the belief that, like line go up forever, that there's infinite resources, and that economics is not a cycle, right? It's not a cycle. And once you understand that, like, economics is like a blood flow in your body, it becomes very clear, like, why don't you want to centralize the blood in your body? Because the rest of your body will die, and then the whole body will die. And it's the same reason. Baldy says, and then after that, does the Prime Minister of Canada handpicks a judge to become a Supreme Court leader? Correct. So the pool that the Prime Minister has to pick from are judges that have met this criteria. And to become a judge is quite a journey, right? It's a lifelong pursuit. You don't just, like, get out of school and become a judge. It's just not how that works. Pookie says, I've always found quite absurd that people pay half or more of their money into rent, but the more I dug, I found the reason to the otherwise, but it's still a big issue. What are you talking about? Like, landlordism is rampant. Like, people are spending huge amounts of money on rent. Rent is a massive problem across the Western world. Landlordism is a huge problem across the world because landlords are parasites. They provide no value whatsoever. Right? Their relationship to housing is no different than a ticket scalper's relationship to ticket sales. They buy up housing, jack up the prices, and then force you to buy from them. And if you don't, guess what? You're homeless. So it's a massive, enormous problem. And landlords will spend a lot of money bribing politicians to keep it that way. It's like the political system is utterly corrupt and has no, like, there's no reforming it. It's just complete corruption. Freestyle, good to see you. Like, and what's really embarrassing about the whole system of landlordism is, like, it's very obvious that the reason why housing prices are getting jacked up, the reason why rent is getting jacked up, is because a small group of pedophilic rapists are buying up all the housing and then jacking up prices. Like, that's what's happening. We just pretend like that's not the case. Deto says Allende wanted to do it with a networked planning resource, but the tech wasn't there yet, and the CIA. Varoufakis makes a good suggestion that by nationalizing Amazon, we get pretty close to a modern central planning internet tool. Yeah, I've had people argue that if you were a big fan of, like, land reform or nationalization, like, now is the time to do it. You have big, gigantic monopolies that own enormous swaths of assets and power, right? So if you just nationalize them, you wouldn't really have to restructure anything, right? Like, the system as it stands. Also, Michael Hudson, yeah, great work, support that, yeah. No, Michael, I don't hear much from Michael Hudson anymore. I mean, to be fair, like, the system works to vet these people out. You have to kind of seek them out. The capitalists will have you believe increased rents are because of increased demand from immigrants, yeah, instead of parasitic gouging from landlords. Yeah. And like, the numbers don't lie, right? Like, for every homeless person, there's like 50 empty houses that the hedge funds, these trillion-dollar asset companies, BlackRock, Blackstone, right? They're buying up properties and they're just sitting on them. And it's no different. Like, I don't understand how everybody in the world can understand, like, what happened to the diamond market back in, like, the 90s and 2000s, where it was like, yeah, they had all the diamonds in a vault somewhere and they were creating a false scarcity, and that jacked prices on diamonds. And then once everybody found that out, the price of diamonds just plummeted because everybody was like, well, first of all, A, we're not going to buy these anymore. But B, we know that you're just hoarding them. Like, we know that there's a ton of diamonds in that vault over there, and you're just pretending like this is a rare, impossible to find. Like, fuck off, shut up. And what really happened to the diamond market is that finally there were enough other capitalists and enough institutions that were like, yeah, like, we want to use these diamonds for, like, diamond cutting tools and shit like that. Like, we're not interested in your stupid ring to put on your wife's finger or something. Like, we're trying to mass produce something here. Shut up with your dumb pricing. It's obviously fake. And, like, finally they were like, okay, I guess we have to admit that we're hoarding a resource and creating a false scarcity. And everybody can completely understand that, but the second housing is the question, people are suddenly like, what? I don't get it. Baldy, another $5 donation. Thank you, my man. Here you go. This is for renewing our Pornhub subscription. Man, what is a Pornhub subscription for? I don't get that. Like, what is there a bunch of stuff on Pornhub that I'm just unaware of? Is there, like, a lot of behind the paywall content? Pittsburgh says, the capitalists will have you believe increasing rents. Oh, yeah, I already read that. But yeah, it's absolutely true. Yeah, landlords make me ill. I mean, landlordism is an interesting one because it is like a kind of case in point that we are basically just kind of monkeys, right? Like, I have known people who have gone into landlordism because it's like, this is a respectable thing that people do. And, like, it wasn't until they became a landlord that they're like, oh, fuck, like, this is kind of parasitic. Like, and if you're just like a guy with like an extra room, right, it makes a certain kind of sense. Like, I've got an extra room, and if something goes wrong, I've got to pay to fix it and all that. So sure, it's a little coin on the side, fine. But what it's become is like a guy that owns 6 buildings and has hired a company to manage his buildings. And now what's starting to happen, and I know this is true because this is happening in my building, these guys that own these places, they're not even bothering with the property companies anymore, right? They're making so much money, and there's just so much glut coming in that they're just like, why am I even paying for this company anymore? I don't care. And so these places are completely unregulated now. Like, I haven't had a super in my building for 2 years. And it's just like, so who's going to come and do anything for you? Nobody. So who's going to, like, how do they, like, enforce? And they don't. Like, nobody gives a shit. There's just nothing going on in this place anymore, right? And so it's just like this moment, and the guy that owns the thing is literally just sitting on gobs and piles of money, going to fucking Epstein's Island and fucking little girls. And you're just like, okay. And that's kind of how, and we're all just like, well, better go to work to pay for this space for this guy. Like, what are you talking about? Oh, there's a hot tip from Pittsburgh, dude. Michael Hudson goes on Dialogue Works channel with Richard Wolff almost every week. Oh, yeah. Very nice. That's a nice tip. Dialogue Works. I'm probably going to look that up myself. I think Richard Wolff is great. Richard Wolff is a great voice. The issue I'm kind of having with these old guard guys, like Michael Hudson, Richard Wolff, even guys like Jeffrey Sachs and all this, is they're great starter. But like, now we're entering a period of time where it's like we gotta start having serious conversations about what to do about this. And I think they fall short. Like, the left needs to become militant. Like, we need to create militancy, and we're not doing it. Joe says, a friend of mine is a landlord. It's actually her father's building, and they just raise the rent on everybody by a few $100s as if the rent isn't high enough. Yeah, and why do they do that? Like, they don't need the money. Baldy says, I don't know, probably removing ads, I guess. I don't know how deep down this rabbit hole I want to get with you, Baldy. I like the way you approach the rental issue, but I think it often gets so bad when it goes beyond the usual that there's something else going on, like a big influx into. Just say immigration, Pookie. Like, come on. Like, it is true. There, especially in Canada, there has been like a enormous amount of immigration into the city, for sure. Like an unusual amount, but like the psychopath class is aware of that. Like, they know what they've done. Like, they understand that they were facing serious social issues that were running counter to their interests, raping little girls on an island. And so their solution to a lot of different problems has been just flood the country with immigrants. That way, they can just point at the immigrants for literally every problem, and monkey people who have like monkey brains will just be like, there are a lot of immigrants. The immigrants are bad. Get rid of the immigrants. Like, it just kind of falls back on this, like the wealthy know what they're doing. Like, they understand what they're doing. These things are not happening because there's like a force of nature and all of this. Like, the rich people get in a room and they say, how do we solve this problem? Where the populace is their enemy. And they are I don't know if they consider themselves heroes. I don't know how you rape a child or eat a child and still consider yourself a hero. But they're self-interested narcissists. And so how do we defend ourselves from people wanting a decent life? I know how we'll do it. Right? Let's open up our border. Let's, instead of bringing in like the 50,000 or 100,000 immigrants that we do every year, let's bring in 2 million. Right? They know they're doing it. And so when people turn around and blame immigrants, instead of blaming the people they should be blaming, which are the psychopathic child rapists, I get a little bit like, huh? Why are we blaming the brown-skinned victims of these psychopaths' movements? Like, Duke of Bread. Duke of Bread. I gotta believe that you're joking, dude. I hope you're joking, bro, because, like, that's straight up a meme. Like, you say you are communist, yet you exist in capitalism. Why not start a communism instead? I am very smart. Because capitalists crushed them. Like, pretty nakedly, man. Like, if I have to respond to that as if it's a serious question, it's because capitalists actively seek and destroy those any communist organization that exists, right? And they're pretty open about it. Freestyle Kate. Yeah, not to mention landlords absolutely do not upkeep their buildings anymore, for sure. Cities across America have buildings, very old, beautiful buildings that are decaying from neglect. Yeah, I mean, take a look at their rail system, for God's sakes. Take a look at the power grid. Like, it's not just like it's everything, right? Like they are like, these people don't give a shit. Like, they don't care. The profit motive means, like, why would I ever give a shit if the place that I don't live or go to looks good or not? I don't care. More money me, please. Baldy says, and what do you mean that the left has to become militant? Get a gun and join a club. And I'm not joking about that. Like, go find a socialist gun club that is explicitly socialist or explicitly communist and arm yourself. And I'm not joking. That is your right as a citizen. It is not illegal to say, and nor is it illegal to do. You've just been trained to believe that it's uncouth. You've been trained to believe that, oh, well, we can't do that. Yes, we can, and we should. Follow the path you need to follow to arm yourself and join a club that arms itself on socialist or communist principles. And if that club does not exist, create it. Content. Oh, snap. You know what's crazy? There will be no way the last season of The Boys will be seen as shocking compared to reality. It will be tame. Yeah, it's... Content, you're really... Good to see you, by the way, Con. It's a reason why I can't really get into these shows anymore. Because I, like, watch them and I'm like... What, is this for babies? Like, is this a show for people who are, like, not... Like, just read the news, man. Like, nothing's more entertaining than the news. Pookie says, I think this particular issue can generally be handled with law. Oh, sure, yeah. Just vote, guys. Just go out and vote. Just vote. Everything's okay, guys. We just need to obey the law. Duke, yeah, The Boys is great, but newest season not as good as earlier. Yeah, I feel like what happens with most television shows generally is, and like films are like this too, is that like the first film or the first season is like a true labor of love, where the creators are like really like, we have something that we want to say and we want to create something that's really got potency, right? And so people get hooked on it because they're like, this is really something. There's really something to it. But then season by season by season, or film by film by film, like the message has landed, right? And so now you're just kind of settling into like, there's a sameness, and then the thing gets really self-referential, and then there's this feeling of like the next season needs to one up the season that came up behind it. And so instead of having like a quiet, personal, insular story, it eventually has to, like, the television show Supernatural is like the best example of this, where eventually the Winchester boys are like talking to God, and you're like, okay, guys. Like, and it like became like this inside joke in the show where one of them ended up going to hell, and that was like a season cliffhanger, and then like next season one of them went to hell again. And eventually they're like, well, I gotta go to hell. Oh, okay. And they just like go to hell, and they're like, hey, we're in hell. And it just becomes like it, everything, the specialness distills out of it, and it becomes kind of mundane. And you end up watching it not because you're seeking something fresh or new or to learn anything or to be inspired by anything. You end up doing it because it's safe and cozy, and there's like a comfort to it. It's like a nice warm blanket that you get to wrap around yourself and just be like, yes. And so artistically, things kind of go that way too, and the artists stop having something interesting to say. Like, and I know why it happens. Like, there's a market for it, and so it just keeps getting made. That's why you get like 10 seasons of The Office. Even though I'd argue that, like, The Office stopped at season 2, really. Yeah, when anything becomes self-referential, yeah, that's when it's over. Yeah, that's why, like, I have friends who are fans of Star Trek, new Star Trek, and I'm just like, I think I'm just out. Like, I just don't think the creators of modern Star Trek actually care what the ethos of Star Trek is all about. And I think it really shows. Like, Star Trek was, from its inception, a show that was about a human society that had evolved past capitalism. That's what the show was about, at its fundamental core. And now it's just like, it's not that much different from like Star Wars. Space lasers, you know, every now and then you might get an episode that has some kind of social issue, but that social issue, it rests pretty squarely in the liberal playbook, where it's like trans rights or AI rights is a big one. That's what the first season of Picard was all about, which incidentally was like the last Star Trek I watched. I was just like, yeah, this is pretty much done. Like, it really did, like, there was an episode of Star Trek The Next Generation that was explicitly about why capitalism has to die off. And explicitly about why a socialist or a communist system that comes after capitalism is a superior system and why it works for everybody. It was explicitly about that. You'd never see that anymore. You'd never see it. Yeah, Duke, yeah, I've watched most of Star Trek, and the new stuff is not the same. Yeah, I agree completely. Strange New Worlds kind of has this old Star Trek feel to it, but maybe a bit Disney-fied. Yeah. Like, there's an episode of Star Trek The Next Generation where Captain Picard, and this is in the 90s, right? Captain Picard goes to an African planet that's ruled by African men, black men, and as a greeting, kneels before the king. Like, that's a pretty strong statement of race relations in 90s America, right? And you just don't see this shit anymore. Like, my biggest complaint about Star Trek is that it, like, and about television generally, right, It used to be the case that writers, directors, and artists, actors, would take a moral position and defend it, right? And that was a big part of the television experience. It's a big reason why people were attracted to Star Trek. It's a big reason why people are attracted to this stuff, is because it's taking strong moral positions and defending those moral positions. That's just gone. They're not taking strong moral positions anymore. They're not saying anything about anything. They're not trying to use the platform as allegory anymore. They're not trying to say something about social issues. It's essentially just a soap opera with like a Star Trek skin. That if you removed all the Star Trek out of it and replaced it and like set the show as like a naval show, right? Set it in like the 1800s and everything was on the ocean, it would be fundamentally the same show. Because the whole principle of living in an advanced society that's post-capitalist is gone. It's just distilled completely. And that the people who make it aren't interested in that. That the people who make it are probably pro-capitalist. Because if they weren't pro-capitalist, they wouldn't be in the positions they are in. Because communists and socialists get purged from these things. Pookie says, I was like, rent is too expensive to live in the city center, but wait, under socialism, most people won't be able to either. What are you talking about? Next Gen is the best series for sure. Yeah, I mean, it's... Next Gen is like... Star Trek was the first attempt, right? And they did the best with what they had. And then Next Gen was like the real hit it. They really got it. And Deep Space Nine, it begins to decay. Because it begins to decay into capitalist realism. And that capitalist realism begins to take over in Deep Space Nine. Where like the big social event isn't overthrowing capitalism, it's creating a union, right? So capitalism will always exist, but at least we can create a union. And then Voyager is just a total write-off. And I have extreme critiques for Voyager. In my view, Voyager is a total sellout of all of the values of Star Trek. That really the show is significantly held back by misogyny. Like, misogyny it's the reason why the show gets made the way it gets made. Kate Mulgrew is completely wasted. She could have been one of the great captains, just as an actress. She's such a good actress, and she's so good. And the role that they gave her was just trash. And it was trash because they refused to respect her office, right? The writers kept being like, well, what would a woman do? As opposed to like, what would a Starfleet captain do? And because their misogyny really holds the show back and really makes it sputter and start, they eventually just go full misogyny and they're just like, just get a hot girl and put a fucking tight outfit on her. And that's 7 of 9. And what's crazy is it works, right? Like, hot girl, tight outfit. She's got that kind of like goth, like detached aesthetic that like nerd boys would be like, Mummy 7, right? And it completely works. And like, instead of having like really interesting arcs about the relationship between like the Maquis and the Federation, instead of like there being an attempted coup on the Voyager, instead of tension between Chakotay and Janeway, instead of there being like this insane political drama that they set themselves up for, it's all just diffused into nothing. And it's diffused into nothing because the writers of the series were misogynists. That they just refused to give a woman the actual status of captain, the actual status of an authority figure in a meaningful sort of way. And instead they kept undercutting her as a character by attributing to her attributes that they assumed were womanly, even though, like, you're a Starfleet captain. Like, you would never be a Starfleet captain if you acted the way that Janeway acted. Like, seriously, go back and watch Voyager. Every episode, it's literally just like, yeah, a misogynist wrote this because he's like, bitches be like. That's Voyager. And to me, that's the real end of the whole thing. Where it just, like, closed the book and got wrapped up. And then everything that followed was literally just some vampiric pedophilic ghoul being like, there's still money to drain from this stone. How do we convince people to watch more Star Trek so I can have sex with a little girl on Epstein's Island? And that's the entire thing from then on. Yeah, the original series was too shitty for me. I could never get past a few episodes. Yeah, I mean, it's as low budget as it gets, right? And it's the first attempt, right? Like, you got to forgive it for that. That's how you get through it, by the way. That's how you watch that. You watch original Star Trek in the same way that you, like, watch old videos of your child at a recital, right? With this kind of, like, charming, nostalgic, like, look at him. Look at him try. Yeah, I mean, when they brought the Borg in, right, that's when Voyager started to improve, because they were like, yeah, it worked for Star Trek The Next Generation. Just bring the Borg in, right? Hot Borg girl, right? No, of course, like, as a straight male, how can you not enjoy Hot Borg girl? Like, I mean, Jerry 7 of 9 was 7 of fine, man. Like, it's true. So, but like, as somebody who takes in content, like, I'm an asshole when it comes to my art. Like, when it comes to the art that I'm willing to consume, when it comes to the stuff that I'm willing to put in my eyeballs and have in my consciousness, I'm an asshole. Right? And I'm fine with that. I'm an art critic, if you like. And I will absolutely tear shit apart. And if I'm watching something and I'm just like, fuck this shit, man. Like, you guys are fucking all over the place, or like, this is just trash, I'm not going to consume it. Right? I have family members who hate this about me. Because it's like, can't you just enjoy something? Like, we know that this is shitty. Can't you just enjoy it for that reason? And, like, you can kind of get onto the rails of that. Like, once you kind of admit that, like, I remember I was in a watch group with my ex-girlfriend, my now ex-girlfriend, who we all got together and watched Riverdale, right? And we all understood that it was shitty. Like, nobody was like, this is peak television, right? It was just something we could all get together and all, like, watch and all really kind of shred. And it was like, oh, okay, like, I can get on board with that. That's fine. But if you're asking me to, like, sit down and watch something and enjoy it, I'm going to dissect it. I can't not do that. And I'd say, like, the best show that I've seen. You know, man, it's so funny, dude. There are two shows that I watched at pretty much the same time, and I consider them to be, like, in my top 5 list of best shows ever. And one of them is Breaking Bad, which I feel has become, like, a typical response, so there's not much to say about it. Like, Walter White's arc is essentially perfect. Each episode is, with minor exceptions, each episode is actually important. The show has this just... They give you the dad from Malcolm in the Middle, and you watch him become a Nazi, basically. What was the question, Pookie? Here. And then the second show... is Adventure Time. Adventure Time is actually a brilliant show. Like, it's actually completely brilliant, because it takes all of the tropes that exist in children's television and completely upends them and completely subverts them and completely pivots away from them in a subtle way. So, like, when the show begins, Finn is presented to you as Finn the Human. And just the name, Finn the Human, indicates that being a human in this world is special. And in fact, as you watch, you're like, yeah, no one else is human. Finn is just the human. And he's like a 13-year-old boy, maybe even younger than that at the start. And his best friend is Jake the dog, who is a shape-shifting magical dog. And you're like, okay. And when the show begins, it presents itself as a very kind of boilerplate, cut and dry, like, young hero fights evil Ice King, right? The Ice King is presented as a villain, and you're like, okay, this is like Ninja Turtles Shredder, right? Like, easy connection in that way. And then you have, like, Princess Bubblegum, who's just like April O'Neil, right? Gonna be saved. Princess that gets saved. And it's all very pat and boilerplate like that. But very quickly, the show sort of reveals that, like, I shouldn't say quickly, but as the show unfolds, like, the gray areas start to seep in. And you start to see, and it becomes really obvious as the show goes on, that, like, the Ice King isn't this just evil force. His story is actually, I mean, spoiler alert, so if you actually care, spoiler alert. He's actually, like, a scientist who uncovered this magical crown that was steadily driving people insane. And so to contain its power, he bore the crown upon himself to contain it, and it drove him insane. And that's the story of the Ice King. And so you're like, oh, this guy's actually, like, he's not evil, he's bearing a curse. And if he doesn't bear the curse, then the curse will be inflicted upon others. And Princess Bubblegum has kind of a similar thing where she starts as being very, like, just a princess, like Princess Zelda, you know? But as the show goes on, it becomes more and more obvious that she's like an immortal princess who experiments on candy people that she creates. And so she's got a very dark kind of ethos to herself. And in many ways, she's got like a spy network, and she's a warlord, and she makes these crazy decisions all the time that Finn and Jake are just kind of caught up in. And the only reason they see a difference between the Ice King and Princess Bubblegum is because Princess Bubblegum is essentially a liberal and the Ice King is a conservative. I have been hearing a lot of good things about Sinners. And Compton, I feel like your recommendation is finally the straw that breaks the camel's back. I think I have to seek out Sinners. Lots of people are talking about Sinners. Is Sinners finished? Like, is it an arc or I don't know anything about it because I actively try to stay away from media. Because is it a movie? Like, for real, 0% knowing anything about this. I've seen a poster. So I know, like, the face of a couple of the people that are in it. I actively try to stay away from media because getting hooked in a on a media, like, I've been betrayed too often is how I'd say it. I have seen Mickey 17. Yeah, I went. There's a local theater near me that I really like. They play old movies and things, and they were playing Mickey 17. I haven't gone recently because of the weather and money, but the Mickey 17 was good. I liked Mickey 17. I can see why audiences kind of panned it, though. That Mickey 17, it lacked stickiness. That's how I'll say it. That's what I'll say about Mickey 17. That it didn't get under my skin. Good film, but I think that as time moves forward, people will forget about Mickey 17. There's a quality to really powerful art that, and it's the quality that I'm looking for, and that quality is just being so relevant or good or well spoken or well articulated that it can't be ignored, you know. It seems like Sinners might have this quality, right? I ignored Breaking Bad until 5 years after it was finished. And because I didn't want to get involved in something that I felt was going to betray me. Yes, this I knew about Sinners as well, is that it's a movie about vampires. It's a horror film, right? And I've heard it described in many different ways, so... Oh, Bray. Don't think I've ever seen you here before. Yeah, like, I really took up this mantle of ignoring media until it's over because of Game of Thrones and Star Wars. What they did to Luke Skywalker specifically. To me, what they did to Luke Skywalker was the end of Disney for me. There's a difference between making something that is subpar or making something that's not so great and actively betraying a character. And what they did to Luke Skywalker is a naked betrayal of the actor, of the character, of the ethos of Star Wars itself. Luke Skywalker is one of the great American heroes. His story is powerful, poignant, a story of sacrifice and love, a relationship between a father and son, what a son is willing to do to seek redemption for his father. It's a powerful personal tale that speaks directly to the heart of fathers and sons, which is rare. It's really, really rare to have those kinds of real stories, and to have that kind of character and that kind of story be told through this sci-fi, like, ramshackle thing. It's fathers and sons would sit down to watch this and then learn something about themselves and their own relationship and be drawn closer to one another. And Luke Skywalker is a true hero, like, truly. And to see what they did with him was a betrayal of the character, internally, externally, and beyond. They couldn't have done a better character assassination if they had tried. And that was the moment where I was like, okay, Disney has lost their credibility as storytellers. They're not capable of telling stories anymore. That if they do something that's good, they're only doing it so they can betray you later. So I'm out. And that's the Marvel franchise, that's Star Wars, that's Lucasfilms, that's everything. Right? Like that's like 80% of the market share. I just won't watch it. If Disney has their hands on it, I'm out. I'm not interested in putting that trash in my head. Cause like it's even worse than trash, you know? Like I can respect somebody who's like sitting down and watching like a shitty soap opera or something, right? Like Big Brother, right? Like just shitty reality TV or something like this. I can sort of respect that, right? There's something to it. I understand there's like an escapism quality to it. But if you're gonna sit down in front of something that's actively trying to like destroy your heroes, go fuck yourself. Like fuck you. Duke says, I like the new Game of Thrones series, Duncan the Tall. It's really funny what's going to happen to Game of Thrones is really funny. Like, George R.R. Martin is not going to... Oh, Austin wants to challenge my perspective. It's in Luke's nature to light the saber. He acts out of anger in his duel with Vader. When Leia is threatened, he sees the same threat in Kylo and makes the same mistake. And then, right, so he doesn't learn anything, right? Like blames the Jedi for his personal failing. Yeah, like so it essentially obliterates the lessons that he learned in the original trilogy, right? That instead of existing as the hero that he became. And instead of facing his darkness and instead of facing the dark side, instead of facing these things, skill issue. Bye. Instead of facing these things, or instead of living as the hero he became, they had him in this. He was just like a disgruntled dad, basically. That's it. He's just like a disgruntled old uncle, like just living as this disgraced loser who, like, at one point tried to kill Kylo while he was sleeping. Like, fuck you, bro. Like, fuck you, bro. Like, that's not acting out of anger. That's like some cold-blooded bullshit. Duke says, I was never very into Star Wars aside from enjoying the shapes and colors. So, like, there's always been that big debate between Star Trek and Star Wars. Star Trek appeals to your logic. Star Wars appeals to your emotions. And that's the difference. That you don't enjoy Star Wars and talk about Star Wars from a place of logic, because the whole thing is about feelings, right? The Force, right? Give in to your anger, right? Fear leads to hate. Hate leads to anger, right? Anger leads to the dark side, and its philosophy is very spiritual and very connected to your emotional self and the emotions that you have. And the stories it tells are very just good versus evil, right? A dark emperor, mysterious and unknown, right? Darth Vader, the classical like samurai story trying to take down an empire. And have a good night, Sven. Good to see you, my man. Let the Force be with you. Live long and prosper. Star Wars doesn't take moral positions and defends them. It's It's good versus evil straight up. But because it's so unapologetic about that position, there are bad guys, there are good guys. And because it just connects to that so voraciously, it connects to your emotional self and your desire for things to be so clean cut and to be so simple. Whereas Star Trek is going to take you into the weeds and try to walk you through things and try to be like, okay, here's an issue, let's talk about it, right? And I think that some people really hate that. They don't want that. They just want the I don't think I'll be watching The Last Jedi again. Nope. I am out. Like good night, goodbye. I'm shutting it off. Nope. As far as I'm concerned, the new trilogy with what's her name, Rey. As far as I'm concerned, that's just not canon. That's just flush that out. I don't think that that's going to be part of anything. Like for me, it's just the original trilogy. That's it. I'm not really like even the one they did in the 90s, right? Because the one they did in the 90s would have never been made if not for the fact that it was George Lucas and Star Wars, right? Anybody would have read those scripts and been like, yeah, we should do a rewrite on this, George. Like, this is a really, really interesting first draft. Really interesting backstory to some of these characters. But this is not good. Like, the entire first movie is just, like, not good. It's just not. It's just not good. And, like, for me, the biggest whiff from a storytelling perspective is like, okay, hold on, wait, time out. So you have a moment in your story structurally, right? You've got a moment in your story structurally where Anakin Skywalker, right, is turned to the dark side, and he and the Emperor essentially go on like a mass killing spree and kill a whole bunch of Jedi and take over, right, in like a coup. That's structurally what happens in your story. Yep, that's correct. Cool. How much screen time do you dedicate to that? About 5 minutes. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Uh-huh. How about you dedicate an entire film to that? How about you introduce Anakin Skywalker as a teenager, and if you want to talk about his, like, being on Tatooine as a little boy and all that kind of stuff with this Qui-Gon stuff, you can talk about it. But introduce him as a teenager being tutelaged by Ben Kenobi. End of the first movie is them saving the princess, right? End of the second movie is princess dying and Anakin turning to the dark side. End of the second movie. And then end of the third movie, or the process of the third movie, is him steadily becoming Vader while executing and killing a whole bunch of Jedi. Isn't that cooler? Isn't that more interesting? Where you build in structurally, like, these characters who Anakin has a relationship with, and then they have a final showdown with him and he strikes them down. No, just 5 minutes, and he's just gonna, like, kill some little kids and stuff. Okay. It was just like really, 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 really clumsy. It was just clumsy storytelling. And, like, you kind of give it a pass because you're like, it's still Star Wars, still something there. But, like, there is no universe in which a new screenwriter would have ever had those scripts hit the screen. It was clearly because it was George Lucas. And it was just like, here's my script. And everybody went, okay, film it. I wish I could just wish my love away. Hey, should we do a rewrite of that line? I wish I could just wish my love away. No, we're not going to do that. Okay. And it once again shows you pretty clearly that capitalism's the culprit, right? Just some rich asshole showing up with a script being like, film it. And nobody sitting down and being like, bro, like this needs rewrites. Like this needs rewrites. Like for real. If there was ever a film that could have used a second draft, it was 100% Star Wars, the new trilogy. The prequels, I guess. Yeah, watching the behind the scenes of the prequels is tough. You can tell people were holding their tongues. Yeah, well, but... And there's for a little while I was a toy salesman. I was selling toys, right? Kenzie Page, I don't know if I've ever seen you here before. Good to see you. So here's a great story. If you watch a documentary called The Toys That Made Us, and there's a Star Wars episode, they talk all about this, where for the original trilogies, George Lucas had a deal with a company called, it's like Kenneth Toys or something like that. I'm blanking on the name, but it doesn't matter. We'll call them Kenneth. I don't think that's it, but it's close enough. And he had a deal where he got something like 4 to 5% of toy sales, right? So this company was the one making the toys for Star Wars. George Lucas, LucasArts gets about 5% of the toy sales. And the deal that they worked out, because you got to remember when the deal was signed, Star Wars was nothing, and people expected it to go nowhere, basically. And so they make a deal, and in the contract it says, every year we have to pay you $100 to upkeep the license. I think it was $1,000. So we give LucasArts $1,000. That means we, Kenneth Toys, keep the licensing to make these Star Wars toys, right? So time goes forward. Star Wars blows up, right? Spaceballs is the GOAT. Spaceballs is the best. I'm so happy they're doing a second Spaceballs, for sure. When Mel Brooks is still alive, too. I'm really looking forward to Spaceballs 2. I don't like to look forward to media, but I am looking forward to Spaceballs 2. I really hope they do call it Spaceballs 2, The Quest for More Money. I really hope they do. I'll be so happy if they do. I really will. Merchandising. Yeah, absolutely. No, Spaceballs. Spaceballs! Rick Moranis is like the peak of Rick Moranis. You want to see the best Rick Moranis you've ever seen? Spaceballs. And it's not close. And John Candy. Let's just have a little moment here. Joan Rivers. So Kenneth Toys, right, goes along for like a decade, and they're the ones that are making Star Wars toys, right? And Star Wars explodes, and Lucas is like, I'm not getting that much out of these toys, and the toy company is like, we're making scads of money, right? Time goes forward, Mattel, because it's Mattel, buys all these toy companies, including Kenneth Toys, and their legal department doesn't actually read the deal, and so they let the license lapse. They don't pay the fee to LucasArts, and that ends the relationship between LucasArts and Kenneth Toys. And so Lucas now has the rights to make toys again, and he can sell it to whoever he wants. And so he shops it around, and the deal that he now gets 18% of the sales of all toys. And when you watch the new trilogy or the prequel trilogy, you're like, yeah, they're selling some toys. They're selling some toys here. This looks like a toy sale. And so I can't help but feel that when I watch the prequel trilogy, I'm not so much watching like a genuine piece of art that's being made for artistic reasons. I'm really just watching a series of toy commercials. Like Darth Maul is really case in point. Like, he's cool, don't get me wrong. I feel like he's completely wasted in the trilogy. He could be so much more interesting than he actually is. But he's a really cool toy. The double lightsaber? Are you kidding? That's fucking awesome. So from the toy perspective, the prequel trilogy is just like the best. Absolutely. And that's probably a big reason why nobody felt the need or wanted to really criticize Lucas artistically. Because they didn't have to, because they knew that they were just selling toys. Like, they're just like, yeah. I remember watching behind the scenes, and there was one guy who was like, I don't know, George, you've got like this really slow, like, impassioned argument going on between Anakin and Padme that's interspliced with, like, R2-D2 flying around and screaming. It just is fairly jarring juxtaposition, and so you lose the best. And then as he was sort of saying this criticism, it just kind of petered out. He's just like, because it kind of dawns on him that he's like, yeah, but who cares? We're selling toys. I tend to agree with you, Compton, that Darth Maul is the baddest Sith ever designed. I feel like they wasted him. That he could have been like a really cool antagonist, right? Like he could have been the Sith that Anakin strikes down to become the Emperor's right hand, right? Which I think that would have been a better relationship. But again, yeah, Spaceballs and Blazing Saddles. Dude, Blazing Saddles, go back and rewatch Blazing Saddles, man. First of all, you could not make Blazing Saddles today. You just couldn't. I don't think audiences would be as receptive to it. But you watch that movie and you're like, this film holds up, man. Like, this film holds up. It is still just as good. And I can see why some people would struggle with Blazing Saddles. I respect and understand it. But the racism that exists in Blazing Saddles, it has that kind of Mark Twain quality to it, which is like, it just accepts that this is what it is, and that you can't have a serious conversation about it unless you show it. You have to reveal the poison to cure the poison, kind of thinking. And that's basically Arthas killing Mal'Ganis in Warcraft 3. Dude, seriously? Arthas' story in Warcraft 3, the fact that they have not done that movie tells you that those people are stupid as shit. Arthas' story is so good in Warcraft 3. It's like Blizzard Entertainment had a time when they were telling, like, Kerrigan's story in StarCraft. That's a movie, dude. You want to make like a fucking cool movie that everybody would be like, holy shit about? Kerrigan, man. Holy fuck. What an awesome story. Yeah, and Duke, you're absolutely right. It's obviously a critique of racism, not an endorsement. Absolutely. And also I think that one of the things that helped them out a lot with Blazing Saddles is Gene Wilder. Gene Wilder at the time, and I mean generally and obviously, is so loved by audiences. Audiences really love Gene Wilder for obvious reasons. He's brilliant actor. brilliant artist, and just a all-around lovable, likable guy, right? And so to see that film get made and then Gene Wilder shows up, you're like, oh, if Gene Wilder likes it, like if Gene Wilder's in this, then this is good. Gene Wilder had also done a series of films that are not really well known with Richard Pryor. One of the real standout was See No Evil, Hear No Evil, where Gene Wilder plays a deaf man and Richard Pryor plays a blind man. And the whole movie is just a series of like blind and deaf jokes between Richard Pryor and Gene Wilder. And you're like, so it's like a different kind of problematic. Yeah, Gene was loved in my home growing up along Robin Williams. We were very sad when they died, yeah. And absolutely, man. Absolutely. There's this beautiful story that comes out of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory with Gene Wilder. That whole bit where he walks towards the first time you see him in the film Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and he walks towards the gate, and then his stick gets stuck in the road, and then he does a somersault and goes haha to show that it was all like a trick. That was on his request. He insisted, he said that if you don't let me do that, then I won't do the film. And when asked why that was so important to him, his response was, because then the audience will never know if I'm lying or telling the truth. And if you rewatch Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, try to omit that scene. And if you omit that scene, then Willy Wonka is actually kind of just a straightforward, like he's got kind of like idiosyncrasies, sure, but he's kind of straightforward, right? His story is fairly straightforward, but because of that moment, you never really know what's going on with that guy. And so it perfectly sets the stage and sets the scene for Willy Wonka as a character. Yeah. And that's a big part of why Blazing Saddles works. It's not virtue signaling. Exactly. It's actually informed. Yeah. And like, what's interesting about Blazing Saddles is it really, like, one of the things that always kind of struck me about Blazing Saddles, and because I'm from a small rural town, I get this idea, which is that you can have people who are lovely, wonderful, good-hearted, upstanding, moral people who are also racists. It's just one of the idiosyncrasies of humanity is you have this. So, for example, in the film Blazing Saddles, there's this moment where the sheriff saves someone's life, and out of a sense of gratitude, this older woman goes to the sheriff with a pie to say thank you, and she says thank you, and you can tell that she's grateful, and it's a really lovely moment between the two of them. And then right at the end of the conversation, she turns back to him just as she's about to leave, and she just says, "And you're not going to tell anybody that I came to see you, are you?" And he was just like, "No, of course not, ma'am." Right? And so it's this moment of awareness that people can have the desire to do good while also just being racists, which that film I thought really, really captured, probably better than any other film I've ever seen. This complexity and this complex relationship that racists have with being alive. Blazing Saddles, man. There's a film I haven't seen in a long time. I'm really, you know what? I'm gonna do it. This stream has been completely derailed. I don't care. Space balls to news. This is literally This is literally the this is literally the only movie that I'm like looking forward to. I don't really give myself permission to look forward to films that come out because they usually suck and they're usually no good. But this one I am looking forward to it. I feel like there's enough people on the project that are like, no, we genuinely want this to be good. This isn't just a cash grab. Spaceballs 2. Yes, even teased a sequel during the film. Dubs. Oh, no, never mind. Hold on. And like, for some reason, I'm like, Josh Gad is involved, and I'm like, I don't know. I feel like that's good, isn't it? Josh Gad being involved, it seems like he's got the right idea and the right spirit. During the Gad slyly revealed that it will likely poke fun at the Disney era of the science fiction franchise. I hope so. That's what's really missing in the culture today. If I had to be like really brutally honest, it's like we have all this Marvel shit and we have all these like Star Wars stuff and like all this, but there's nobody really parodying any of it, right? And like it's not on the same scale as Spaceballs. Like Spaceballs was a true, just like, we are going to take the piss out of this, and they did. When is this coming out? I just want to know when it's coming out. Anyway. I just hope that they get Mel Brooks on film. That's all. I just hope that he's a character. Like, I hope that he reprises his role as Yogurt. You hate yogurt? That's the path to the dark side, if I've ever heard of it, if I've ever seen it. Like, to me, that's... Like, Spaceballs is the truest version of escapism, right? It exists for no other reason than to delight you for this period of time. For the period of time that you're watching it, from the start to the end, we've got nothing interesting to say. We're just trying to make this segment of your life bearable. That for one day, for a little while, you get to look forward to something. That you feel the feeling of hope in your heart, and then you go to a theater, which is an event. What a thing that we do, and you sit and you watch this film, and for that period of time, and you laugh, and you laugh. Oh, do you like The Princess Bride? Is my number one film, man. No, The Princess Bride is actually a perfect film. I've seen The Princess Bride so often that I can actually point to its quote-unquote flaws. Because it does have technical flaws. For example, when Wesley does the flip onto the ground during the sword fight, you can see the mat that he lands on pop up underneath the dirt before it settles back down, so you can see the mat. So that's a technical flaw. During the fight with Andre the Giant, there's a shot where they do a shot from behind the two of them, and Andre actually had very significant back problems, and so he couldn't actually hold the weight of Cary Elwes. And so when they do a behind the back shot, it's not actually Andre and Elwes. It's a different actor with a smaller mannequin attached to him, and you can tell. But it's the kind of thing where the shot happens so quickly that on your first viewing, it's like kind of just comes and goes, right? And so you don't really register it. The last time I watched Princess Bride was because I found out that the actor who plays Prince Humperdinck also voiced the character of Jack Skellington. And that made me kind of key in to him as an actor and not as a character. Because for me, I'd always watched The Princess Bride with Humperdinck just being a character, right? And he's the villain, and you're supposed to hate him and all that kind of stuff. And so I rewatched it, thinking this man is an actor playing a role in this, and I want to try to dissect him as an actor. And what was really interesting is that when I looked at his performance from that perspective, like when you think of Humperdinck, you think of this like arrogant, annoying, haughty sort of asshole. But really, he only really puts that on in the first scene, right? Because the first scene is where he kind of sets the foundation for everything for his character. And then from then on, he basically plays it pretty straight. Like he's still kind of got that pompous air about him, I suppose. But really, he's just kind of letting the costume doing the talking, right? And he just sort of stands and says his lines for the most part. Which I thought was like, that was very interesting. It was a really interesting moment of like seeing an actor do his craft so well, where for the most part he's just like a normal guy with like this accent, and that you don't need to really sell it. You don't need to sell who the character is. You just let the film tell you who the character is. You just need to be present. What's fascinating about The Princess Bride, which incidentally another good moment to be like, rest in peace Rob Reiner. That one was very shocking. It was shocking how that happened. Rob Reiner had a true tear. Like, what was so special about Rob Reiner is that he was making the best version of the films that he was making in the genre that he was making, and he never was in the same genre. Like, Rob Reiner made A Few Good Men, which, if you'll remember, is I want the truth, you can't handle the truth. Right? And that's like, you want a procedural court drama? A Few Good Men. You need to watch that. He did When Harry Met Sally, which is like the pinnacle of romantic comedy. You want to see, like, if you're talking romantic comedies and When Harry Met Sally is not in your top 3 at least, then your list is wrong. It just is. You're incorrect. And The Princess Bride is just like, it is a perfect film. It's a perfect film because it really hits the note, because the movie is about love. It's fundamentally, at its core, about the love between a grandfather and a grandson. That's what that movie really is about. And the fairy tale story that gets told is the delivery system, is the way that love is articulated. And what I really truly love about The Princess Bride, is so much, especially in Western cultures, in Western society, love between two men, like a grandfather and a grandson, a father and a son, even between brothers, is so often unspoken. There's too much there. There's a silent respect that exists where and especially between, like, you think about men of the greatest generation, or the silent generation, and the boomers, right? That love is very strictly unspoken. So much so that it's like a trope. And so a film like The Princess Bride really shows that love is often articulated through action and through acts, and that we don't need to put on a scene or have a big moment or have a big expression of those emotions, that it's the time we spend together that is the expression of that love. And I always thought that that's really what made Princess Bride a very special film, that it manages to hit to the core of something very profound and very interesting while telling more or less a lighthearted romance fairy tale, filled with interesting characters and quirky events and all this. And that to me is a very special thing to be able to do. I've always felt that way, that the best stories that get told are the ones that reveal something profound without preaching it to you. Like, I have a major critique of the 2010s era of Disney, that they just were like really hammering things into you. Like, really just like, overt on, especially on gender issues, right? Like, I hate to say it, but like, the right-wing grifters that were complaining about a lot of this stuff were right about a lot of it. Where it was just like, come on, man. Like, over and over, you're just like, you're a racist, you're a racist, you're a racist. And like, I remember one of the most effective stories I ever experienced that had me confront my own misogyny was actually Super Metroid on the Super Nintendo. That I played through Super Metroid, and for the entire time, like, I'm Samus, and it's me and Samus is my avatar, and I am Samus, and together we're going through this crazy adventure together. And my assumption through the entire story is that Samus is a man, right? Because the story doesn't specify, right? There's never a moment where the characters turn to the camera and make a point of being like, and this is a woman, so you better get on board, or you're a misogynist. No, I was a misogynist to begin with. I was a boy. I was a little boy, right? And so if they had have done that, it just would have alienated me, and I would just been like, ooh, girls, gross, right? The way that the right is alienated by this Disney schlock. So it's ineffective. It doesn't work. It's just alienating. But so I go through the story, and I go through this video game with Samus, believing that Samus is a man, and not in a like, Samus is a man, men, but just like, I'm a man. Here's this character who is genderless. So I just put that on her, on them. And at the end of the story, right, all Samus does is take off her helmet and reveal, well, I was a woman the whole time. And I have this memory, I have this sensation inside of myself of being like, oh, Samus was a woman. Oh. Okay. And there was a pivot. There was a shift that happened within me where instead of holding on to that little boy, girls are icky bullshit, I was like, oh, okay. Women are capable of so much more than I put on them. And of course I didn't articulate that as a small child, but that's the follow through, right? And so it had this real show not tell quality about it that allowed the viewer and allowed the participant, the player, to have that moment of growth by themselves, to not be told to grow, to not be told that they were bad and they need to grow out of it, but to experience that growth by themselves and of their own accord. And that's what powerful art should seek to do. And it has to do it by meeting the people where they're at. Even if it's a bunch of these fucking dumbass Nazis. Duke says, we have the same media and political takes. How old are you? Early 30s. Haha, thank you. I'm 43, my man. I know. You wouldn't think it. What with my good looks? My charming voice. Yeah, I know. I get that a lot. I'm hoping that when I get to be like 80, people will be like, wow, you're not a day past 70. Thank you. By then, I'll be able to replace my body with a robot body, so it'll be fine. Yeah, such a simple, awesome subversion. I totally agree with that, you know? And just like so subtly done, where they're not really challenging you. Like, Super Metroid never challenged you with that. In fact, and because it happened right at the end of the thing after you defeated the evil, like, you achieved this great victory in a challenge that you were pursuing, and you did it with this other person. Like, you had a connection there. And so it wasn't really a challenge to you, right? So often when this issue is tackled, it's like a challenge. It's like they have to challenge you. When really, like, the beauty of that moment is it wasn't a challenge. It was a revelation. It was a reveal. And it was subtly done. It was a little trick. It was a little prank, a little sleight of hand. But it really did say to you, Samus is a woman. Is there a problem? And like, no. No, there isn't a problem. No, there isn't a problem. Interesting. Whereas I think that Disney oftentimes, especially throughout the 2010s, did things specifically to put their thumb in the eye. Specifically to be like, it's like, that's not good, dude. Like, that's not how you want to go about this stuff. Like, you can be repulsed by this stuff, but if all you're going to do is try to thumb in the eye, then like, you're not going to change their minds. And don't be too surprised if they try to put their thumb in your eye. Duke of Bread. I like this Duke of Bread guy. I like that you're around, my man. That's nice. Did you like the Barbie movie? I thought it was surprisingly good. I did like the Barbie movie. I do think that that film was held back. I thought that it could have gone a lot farther than it did. And by all accounts, the director of the film wanted to go farther than they did. And that, like, that's the reason why the big star of the Barbie movie is actually Ken. Because Ken, because he was the male character, he was sort of permitted to be lampooned and learn like a lesson and to have like a whole arc and all that kind of stuff. Whereas Mattel, I think, is the culprit, right? Once again, the culprit is capitalism. I think Mattel really pulled back a lot and was really operating from a place of fear of like the legacy and fear of public backlash and fear of that kind of stuff. And really, like, I think Mattel was fine with like the pro-feminist, like rah-rah girl power argument. And I think they were also fine with like being poked at a little bit that like your CEOs are all males and it's all men making these decisions, all that kind of stuff. Like, I think that they were fine with all of that. And so they're fine with like a girl power message. They're even fine with being like personally lampooned. I think that shows a lot of good nature. I think it does. I think it reveals something good natured about those guys to be able to be like, haha, yeah, we're in the joke too. Haha, yeah. But you could really see the writers and the director being like, we really do want this to be a real feminist critique. not just girl power, like a true feminist critique that really goes after it and really makes the statement and really defends the position. And it's pretty clear that Mattel wouldn't let them. It's pretty clear that, like, they got away with what they could get away with. And that the human character, Barbie's, like, surrogate real-world character, I forget her name, they let her have some feminist moments. And they also let that, like, little girl who, like, really went after Barbie have some, like, feminist moments of, like, statements. But, like, Barbie herself wasn't really allowed to do it. And because Barbie wasn't really allowed to do it, Barbie doesn't really have an arc in her own movie, to the point where even the film itself turns to Barbie and says, "What about Barbie?" Right? So I think there's an awareness in the director, with the director and with the writers, that because Barbie isn't really allowed to have an arc and express this sort of feminist message or explore this feminist thing, because she doesn't actually have an arc, that we're not really going to give her one. That Barbie's big arc is that she becomes human. She goes from being a toy to being a human. And that's Barbie's big arc. When really, like, it was so clear that they really wanted to go for it and just weren't allowed to. And they weren't allowed to because of some CEOs at Mattel being afraid for their own legacy and their profit margins and all this. So instead of it cracking open and having, like, a really serious conversation about feminism in the society, it got really pulled back. That said, it's just really nice to see some color in a movie, you know? Like, how I'm like this with video games now, where, like, I'll watch gameplay from a video game that, like, looks cool, looks interesting gameplay dynamics, and then I'm like, yeah, but it's just like another a sewer level. It's like another dark, gritty, like, I have this game that I really like. I really like the gameplay of it, and I really like the commitment, which is Darkest Dungeon. And Darkest Dungeon, I'm like, yeah, this is a game that I should really enjoy. You have, like, a little camp of adventurers. You've got to manage them, and then you send them into a dungeon, and they have to, like, explore it all. And I cannot play this game because it's just the whole time. And just, like, after a half hour of it, I'm just like, oh, man, just shoot me in the face. Shoot me in the face, man. Like, and movies have gotten like this. There's actually a study done in, I think it was Oxford. It was Oxford or Harvard, or was one of these guys, and they did this big study on color theory and colors in film. And they've actually discovered that through time, the rainbow array of color has actually distilled downward, and that films have gotten darker and grayer and more grayscale and drearier. And so Barbie is one of these films that came out, and immediately I was just like, holy shit, a film with color. A film that's just like, look, pinks and oranges and yellows and bright, and it's a film that doesn't really take itself too seriously, and silly things happen, but it's still trying to say something, and it's so it really checked a lot of boxes for me, really. Yeah, so that's my thoughts on Barbie. I thought that they did a pretty good job. I thought they could have gone a lot farther. I wish they had of. I understand why they didn't, but I wish they had of. Greta Gerwig said the scene with the old lady and Barbie in real life was pretty central, yet they didn't even want that one scene. Exactly. Right? Like, exactly. Like, if they're pushing back on old lady and Barbie, which is a very charming scene. There's nothing wrong with that scene. It's just like a beautiful little moment. If they're pushing back against that scene, just think of how much they push back against. Like, think about the stuff that just did not make the cut. Yeah, even if they just drew the line at a celebration of women, they sort of left the masses out. Yeah. Animal Well blew me away visually. I have Animal Well, I just haven't gotten to it. Yeah, this whole feeling of like, oh, a dungeon and it's gross. It's the reason why I won't do Silk Song. Like, I really loved Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight is like probably the best Metroidvania ever made. It's for sure in contention for the top spot, without a doubt. And then I saw Silk Song come out, and I was like, "Oh, Silk Song, that looks great, a sequel." And everybody was playing it and being like, "Yeah, it's really good. They did it. It's a fine predecessor." And I just looked at it and I was like, "Yeah, man, look how gray and dark and just it all is, and there are bugs." So I passed because it's just like I just need color, man. I need brightness in my life, you know. I need sunshine and rainbows. Life itself is too dark and gray and dreary. I need my media to be adventure time, baby. I need light. You know? I don't want to spend any more time in dungeons. I don't want to spend any more time in like dark, greasy sewers. Why is it that every video game on the planet is like, okay, now it's time to get into the sewer? I don't think so, baby. Like, I'm not interested. Like, I get when you're like a little kid, you're like, yeah, let's go in the sewer. What's in the sewer? You know what's in the sewer? Shit. Shit is in the sewer. No one wants to go into the sewer, baby. Not interested. And like, I think that I would really love a game like Darkest Dungeon that was dark and dreary and had that kind of sense, if you could actively brighten it, right? That you would go into an area that's a ruin, and then through your actions, you rebuild the ruin. That, to me, would be very like, oh, that's nice. Like, I like that. Where something is bad and you make it good. Then I could really, I think, tolerate the dreariness and tolerate the darkness, the grimness of it. But it doesn't do that. In fact, it's the opposite. Things just get grimmer. Everything gets like more. You go deeper and things get worse. I'm like, okay. Duke says, I think Ken was an important lesson for men. Yeah, it was done so well, reactionaries could even understand and identify with him. Well, and the I am Knuff, right, shirt. And like, I thought that, how to say this properly? I feel like I have already said it. Like, Ken's arc is, like, Ken really steals the show, which is unfortunate. Like, he really steals the show because he's a dude, and like the dude arc when it comes to relationships is pretty straightforward and has been well articulated through time already, right? Men have taken center stage in media for a long time. And so it's a bit unfortunate that in a film named Barbie about Barbie, the standout character is Ken. He even gets like a musical moment, right? Like, it's so... have I been watching the new season of Fallout? No. Again, that kind of follows my media rule, which is that I don't follow media as it comes out. I watch media retroactively. So if Fallout wraps up, and then people are like, man, Fallout, holy cow, Fallout, man, that was so good. And if I see like a year or two on, Fallout is like in the meme culture and people are like still referencing Fallout, I'll be like, oh, okay, I'll check that out. But like, I just don't trust storytellers anymore. I just don't think that there are that many valid storytellers around, and I would rather watch a shitty YouTube video where Jeffrey Sachs talks to somebody about what's going on in Ukraine than spend or like rewatch a John Mulaney stand-up special, or like rewatch. I'll rewatch. There's an improv show that I really liked. It was just 3 episodes. It was Middlevich and Schwartz. It's just improv, long form improv that I love it, and it's on Netflix, and I'll rewatch it. And I'm like, I'd rather do that than even try to risk getting involved in a show and like. I'm here's the sensation that I'm over, right? Here's the sensation that I'm over. I am over falling in love with something just to watch it actively be killed in front of me. Like, that's what I'm no longer interested in, right? And somebody else can do that. You can go and watch the thing and tell me if they kill it. What I want to see is I want to see a story that has a start, that has a middle, and has an end. And have that be complete, right? Because what it feels like in modern media today is that, like, it feels like I go to a restaurant and I sit down at a table and I order a sandwich and they give me, like, the best sandwich I've ever had in my life. And then every single time, so that makes me want to come back to the restaurant. But then every single time I come back to the restaurant, it just... The sandwich, and I order the same exact sandwich, it just gets worse and worse and worse and worse. And you find out that the reason why it's getting worse is because, like, we're trying to cut costs, and so we're going for the lower quality ingredients, and we're going for the lower, and we can do that because you keep coming back. And so eventually I just get to the point where, like, well, I'm not coming back. And now I just think that, like, there's so many sandwiches. Why should I bother trying your sandwich if I'm sure you'll make me fall in love with it and then you'll never let me have it again? Right? So I'd rather just have one good sandwich one time instead of one good sandwich followed up by a bunch of bullshit. I'm like you with JT when it comes to Stranger Things. Yeah, I felt that way with Stranger Things. Like, I think I made it to season 3. I think, but really, like, which season was it that Sean? Spoiler alert, I guess. Sean Astin was in it. Sean Astin's character was in it. The what's his name from Lord of the Rings? Lord of the Rings. There's a trilogy. You want to talk about trilogy? Oh yeah, dude, Compton, I'm with you on this. Sandman. You go so far to say that Sandman was a betrayal, eh? Like, I just thought that it was weak. I just thought it was just weak. That you know what it was with the Sandman? I thought that the Sandman was cheap. That's really what I thought. I watched season 1 of Sandman and I was like, boy, did they just not spend a lot of money on that. That felt pretty cheap. Borg, good to see you, my man. Yeah, and I felt that way about American Gods. American Gods was another one of these shows that I was like... Because I remember I read the book, American Gods. Oh, no. I'll tell you the greatest betrayal I've ever experienced. Yes. This, without a doubt, this was a pivot moment for me. This was the beginning of all of this. The beginning of this feeling that media can betray you, and that media will betray you, was the television adaptation of the novel Under the Dome, which was a Stephen King novel. Which is a Stephen King novel. A great Stephen King novel, by the way. Like, I think Under the Dome is right up there with The Stand. I think The Stand is there, and then Under the Dome is like right there. And the story of Under the Dome couldn't be more straightforward. Small American town, and a mysterious, invisible dome descends from the heavens and pops on top of it. Story. And that's the whole story. Like, that's it. Couldn't be more straightforward, couldn't be more simple. And Stephen King has a brilliant way. Like, Stephen King understands the American mind. He understands the mind of America in a very sympathetic way. He's very sympathetic to rural America. He's very sympathetic to the American experience. And he really captures that in Under the Dome, where, like, your small town sheriff, or not sheriff, your small town businessman, who's like the richest guy in like a town of 1,000 people. So he's like a big shot in so he's like a big fish in a little pond, right? Kind of thing. And, you know, he's kind of a loudmouth and kind of a shitbag, but like in that small town rural kind of way, where everybody kind of knows that you don't really have much by way of power. You're just kind of an asshole, right? But then the dome descends, and all of a sudden they're cut off from the rest of America. They can't get goods in. Nothing can matter. They're never going to meet anybody except the people who are there, and everybody knows it. And so now he's the king of this place, basically. And what that changes and what that does and how that affects him. And his son, who's like a real dirtbag, right? And now instead, his son was going to go off to college and university, and all those problems are going to go away. Well, now he's here. And he's not going anywhere. So, Under the Dome, I was really excited. John's beard is longer than earlier today. I was really excited when they were doing Under the Dome, and I was really excited for their casting choice of that character I was just describing. It was the fellow who played Hank in Breaking Bad. They had cast him to be that guy. And what I really loved about that casting choice is that you start by really kind of liking this guy, right? He's got that kind of like cocky, you know, masculinity that's not evil or bad, but you can see there's like a toughness to him, and you can see there's something else going on. So he's like riding that line, you know? And I was really excited by that casting choice, and I was really and when they started doing the show, it was beat for beat, line for line, the book. And it's a Stephen King novel, right? So it's like this tome. And so I'm like, this is going to be great. They're just going to go through the story, and it's going to be the story, and it's going to be great. And the first they were originally going to do a miniseries, and they were describing it as a miniseries. And the first 6 episodes were beat for beat, line for line, exactly the book. And the ratings were good, and everything was looking good. And then they announced they were going to turn it into a series. And they were going to do seasons of this. And immediately they deviate from the story, and it's instantly worse. The story is instantly worse. The characters are instantly worse. Every aspect of the show was instantly worse. And the ratings went boom, and they canceled the show. And it really was this moment of just like, once again, the culprit is capitalism. once again, there's this, just these rich assholes in the background being like, we can squeeze a little bit more money on it so that we can go to Jeffrey Epstein's island and have sex with little girls. Yeah. Like, instead of just telling the fucking story, which you hired your actors, you had your writing staff, you had everything, you had the costumes, you rented the sets, you did everything. All you had to fucking do was go, then this happens, 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 and then the story's over. Good story, well told, here you are. Under the Dome should have been a great American classic. Like, that piece of media should be something we are still talking about today as, like, this is great. Like, Breaking Bad, Under the Dome. It should be there. No doubt. And based on the first 6 episodes, abso-fucking-lutely. Knowing where that movie was going, knowing where that story was going, abso-fucking-lutely. And they just ruined it. And they ruined it because they were like, well, instead of 12 episodes, we could do 38 episodes and just tell some bullshit that doesn't fucking matter. They'll eat it. They're just plebs. They'll watch whatever. Fuck these people. What a bunch of assholes. Give me their money. Well, you know what happened? You fucked it. And everybody stopped watching, and you lost a bunch of money because you're fucking stupid. Ugh. Santora, how are you, my man? Duke says they seem to be doing Fallout justice, and the story has already been developed for them by New Vegas. You know what, Duke? Once they put a wrap on that, you let me know. Content. Fallout is fine. It's fine. It's good. It's just, well, at least it respects the aesthetics and lore. Like, at least a 10 for accuracy. That counts for something, man. Nothing drives me more crazy than when they adapt something from a book and they, like, change everything. I'm like, why? Why did you adapt it? This story is extremely popular. We should remove all of the elements that made it popular and do our own thing. Like, if you go back to the 90s and watch the attempts to adapt anime or cartoon to television, and you see, like, almost instantly that the people who were doing it were just dumbass boomers who were like, people won't think that's good. Meanwhile, we think that's good. Like, we were watching that in the first place because we thought that was good. And you taking it and, like, changing it. The biggest offender, in my view, was, like, when they tried to do Dragon Ball Z. And instead of, like, casting, like, a big muscular Asian man, you know, Goku, they cast some, like, dweeby nerd. Some, like, guy who I could probably beat up. It's like, yeah, he's got, like, some muscles. It's like, nah, dude, like, Goku's like a bodybuilder. Like, Goku's like a fucking no-joke, like, ripped motherfucker. And these guys exist. It's not like they don't exist. You just don't want to put a strong Asian on TV. Like, let's just be real, right? And they wouldn't do the hair, and you had, like, Bulma. Bulma was the big one, where, like, Bulma has a very specific look, right? Her hair looks a very specific way. It's cut in a specific way, and it's blue, right? And they, like, didn't give her the haircut and then put, like, a blue streak in her hair. It was like, you could see them. You could see the boomers being like, this will be like an homage. Fuck you. Blue hair. The fucking bangs. Do it. They just can't. They can't bring themselves to do it. Because, you know, we know what these kids want today. Go fuck yourself. Like, say what you want about the One Piece adaptation, but, you know, they're doing it. You know? They're like, that's the hat. That's what he looks like. They're doing it. And they're pulling it off on that aesthetic sort of vibe. I'm a little bit of the opinion that they shouldn't be doing it at all, but yeah. Dragon Ball Z was so bad it was funny. It's an absolute joke. We all know what the absolute bottom of the barrel worst video game / cartoon adaptation to film has always been, which is the Super Mario Brothers, right? Super Mario Brothers is, without a doubt, no lie whatsoever, the absolute worst adaptation. I'm talking like the 1990s live action adaptation. The absolute worst attempt to put a video game or a cartoon into live action that has ever been done. And it's because the director didn't want to do it. Like, he like took a film that he wanted to make and essentially merged it with the film that he didn't want to make. So you ended up with this really weird, like, grungy film that had this, like, Super Mario kind of aesthetic to it. Yeah, they literally made the Goomba's bodies big and the head small. Like, what the hell? Yeah. My childhood dreams were dashed seeing that. Yeah. Like, if you go back and watch it now, you just accept it for what it is. There's actually, like there's so much work that went into that. Live action Sonic is pretty bad, except Jim makes it watchable. I won't do any of that stuff. Yeah, Dennis Hopper is in it. I'm blanking on his name, but the fellow who is in Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Which, by the way, Who Framed Roger Rabbit? You want to talk about, like, great films from the 90s? Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Absolutely stands up. Absolutely stands up. John Leguizamo as Luigi, right? Like, so the cast is actually, like, really good. It's like this really good, interesting, solid cast. Yeah, and what better way to show solidarity against ICE than a John Leguizamo film? Yeah. Well, and apparently was it Dennis Hopper that said, or the director that said, somebody said that Bowser was like a direct parody of Donald Trump. That they were like, literally like, yeah, you see Donald Trump? Do him. Who knew that Donald Trump was influencing our culture for decades before he became the pedophile overlord of America? Dude, what a weird, strange, unusual, odd time to be alive. Like, the story of Donald Trump is insane. But it's like the story of Donald Trump is the story of America. That Donald Trump is essentially just a shitty landlord, a shyster grifter who blackmails his way through New York society to build a bunch of shitty properties he can slap his name on, to basically just say to his dad, hey, fuck you, who essentially becomes the president of the United States, or runs to become the president of the United States because somebody said he couldn't. Like, I always felt that Howard Stern nailed the question I always have had for the Donald Trump presidency, which is, why are you doing this? Like, this is nothing but a burden to you. Why do you want to do this? Like, you should just go to fucking Epstein Island and live up your life and like have parties and like, why do you feel the need to be the president? Why do you care? And like a lot of these losers, like Elon Musk and Donald Trump share this one quality, which is that they're doing it to one up their dad. They're doing it to basically say, fuck you, Dad. You have to respect me now. Right? If you're not going to love me, you have to at least respect me. Right? Like, think of how much pain could have been resolved in America if these guys just had dads that said, I love you. Who just like gave him a hug and said, hey, you know what, son? I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Wow, you became the CEO of PayPal? Good for you, son. That's incredible. Holy cow, you're the CEO of SpaceX? Wow. Wow, what a son I have. That's incredible. Holy cow, that's your name on the side of that building. Look at you, son. Look how far you've come. I'm proud of you. I love you, son. I'm proud of you. Think about how much pain could have been avoided if that had happened. Like, if these guys suddenly were like, oh, okay, cool, I did it. I don't have anything to prove. But instead, they're just like these little boys wandering around this plane of existence, butthurt because their dad won't love them, right? And if their dad won't love them, then I'll show them. Like, the whole story of Donald Trump and Elon Musk and a lot of these guys is just a tale of vengeance. That they're pursuing power to show up somebody, to be like, to fill this void that exists within them that they can never quench and never satisfy. Because they can never come to terms with the inadequacy they feel from being rejected by their own father. And they can never actually stand up and say, I don't need that. I don't need that. My dad was an asshole. Fuck that. I'm happy with who I am. Because they've never grown up. They're just children. Like, take a look at Elon Musk's Twitter feed and how he's responding to all this shit. He's a little boy. He's just a child. Walking around, being like gaga googa. And we gave him $1 trillion. Like, what do you think's gonna fucking happen, you guys? And it's like, you always think that when the declines happen, they're gonna happen, like, the people will be thugs, clearly. Like, the people will be, like, self-interested, obviously. That's case in point. But you sort of imagine that they'll somehow be cool or tough. You sort of imagine that they're gonna be like an Al Capone kind of figure, you know, where there's like a mystery and they've got a plan and yeah, they're a jerk, but like you got to respect the way they're like. These guys are kids. These guys are just dumbasses, and it's obvious that they're dumbasses. That's what makes it so embarrassing. Like, if Donald Trump was like ruthless and conniving and had like and acted in a way that you were like, oh, that's duplicitous, but you could like see where he's coming from. I could see why people would like be like, yeah, taken in by that. But the guy's a goof. The guy's an idiot. Like, he's just a douchebag. And it's crazy that people are taken in by this guy. Yeah, Dr. Claw from Inspector Gadget was badass and had a cool cat at least. And clearly a really excellent organizer, right? Yeah, deleted my Twitter after Elon flooded it with bots and Nazis. No kidding. Content says, you couldn't pay me to watch the new Zelda movie. I don't care how accurate it looks. I gotta tell you, Conton, Zelda is another movie that I'm like giving myself permission to look forward to. I'm so, if there's ever been a project that should be just a series of beautiful art pieces, like, it should be Zelda. Like, there's no reason for that movie to be anything other than just a series of gorgeous paintings. That the cinematographer should be the person who really takes that project over. And that, like, shot by shot by shot by shot, everything should be, like, gorgeous. You know? My concern is that they're just going to Disney-fy it, and it's just going to be like Super Mario Brothers was on kind of point. You know what I mean? Like, it felt correct. That vibe felt correct. And I'm worried that that's what Zelda's going to turn into. It'll just be kind of like that. Like, just kind of goofy and, like, you know, colorful and all that. But there's a maturity to Zelda. There's a maturity to Zelda. Even when I was a kid and I played Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, I was like, this is way more mature than Mario. Like, there's and the music tells the tale, right? Like Super Mario Brothers. Legend of Zelda. Like, there's, and like, I'm also a bit concerned that they're going to do that thing that Hollywood people seem to need to do, which is add their own bullshit into it and make the story more complex than it needs to be. Legend of Zelda's story is as straightforward as it gets. Little elf kid becomes the hero of time, uncovers the Master Sword, uses it to slay Ganon to save Princess Zelda. Story over. That's your story. And if that's not the story you're telling, then you're not telling a Legend of Zelda story. Every single Legend of Zelda is that. And they've tried, like, they've added in things here and there, and they've like created like a meta narrative, and they've created, like, there'll be a character like Twilight Princess had her own kind of thing going on and all that. But that was all like plot B to plot A, which is plot A is young boy becomes hero of time, uncovers Master Sword to slay Ganon to save Zelda. There's your story. And it annoys me because they'll do that a lot, where they'll take like a story that's very straightforward, that's very like, and some of the great American stories, like Conan the Barbarian, is the simplest story you've ever heard in your life. We love it. Terminator, the simplest story you've ever heard in your life. We love it. The Princess Bride, the simplest story you've ever heard in your life. We love it. Right? Like, and for some reason these guys, these quote-unquote storytellers get into these positions where they're given the reins to some project and they're like, no, we need to really explore the intricacies of what it's like to be like, shut up. No, we don't. Go make your own story. Go ruin some other project. Like, go make a college film somewhere to explore this shit. This is Legend of Zelda. Fuck off. And, like, the filmmakers for Legend of Zelda have a real opportunity. Like, a real opportunity One of my biggest critiques of modern films is that, like, we have access to CGI technology that lets us take anything that you can imagine, and create it and put it in front of you on a screen. And what are we using this technology for the most part? To make Iron Man costumes. Oh, that Iron Man costume is like way more detailed. Did you see how that Transformer transformed? Like, it's like we've been given a device that can, like, clean anything, and all we use it for is to wipe our asses. That's it. Like, and Zelda is an opportunity to take this technology, to take this thing that we have, and make something unique and interesting and beautiful and stunning, really stunning, and put it in front of people and have people be like, what the fuck? Awesome. Like, awesome. And they could do it. They're not going to. My expectations are too high, I think, on this regard. But I would admire it if they even took a crack at it. Like, it's just the potential is there. It's just right there. It's right in front of us. And we'll see how it goes. You mean a bidet? By the way, everybody in the world, go to Amazon right now and buy yourself a bidet. Just do it. They cost between $50 to $100. You will be happier. You will have a better pooping experience. Your life, if I could give anybody one piece of advice on how to improve their lives immediately, it would be get a bidet. Just, you're welcome. They're cheap. They are easy to install. If I can do it, you can do it. And they're just better. It's just better. It's just a better way to do this. The fact that we haven't been doing that from the beginning tells you that big toilet paper has gotten into your PR machine. Yeah, key to a better life, squirt water in the butt. Bro. Look, you've got to respect your butt. You do. If I remember when I was back in acting school, this isn't a story that actually happened to me, but I tell it like it happened to me because it's so funny, and it's just a better story if I tell it like it happened to me. But an old friend of mine told me, it doesn't matter. So I'm in acting class, and I'm working on something, and I'm really, like, upset because I don't like what I'm making. I'm really just like, I know that this is bad. And the teacher knows it, and she's like this Russian woman, right? And she comes over and she says, I see you struggle. Why? And I say, this is just shit. I'm just making shit. And she looks at me and she goes, good. If you did not shit, you would die. Shit. So if you're a creative type and you think that what you're making is just shitty, good. Shit. If you did not shit, you would die. Baldy. Dude, I love playing Pokemon, but man, every time I play Pokemon, I have to remind myself that I'm using slaves to fight other slaves to become the champion of slaves. Pokemon! I was just like a hair's breadth. Literally, I think I was a single year too old for Pokemon. I remember when Pokemon came out. I remember seeing it come out on TV, and it was just like, nah, too little kitty. I can't really get into it. Which is funny because I like watch Adventure Time and shit like that. But and as I've grown up, it's like I feel like I just like either missed the boat or dodged a bullet. I can't decide which way I want to go with that. But like I'll meet people who are literally a year younger than me who are just like, Pokemon, man. Oh, it's Hermidoff and Squirtle and Jormadarg. And it's like a big part of the culture. There's like people who can like list off these Pokemon. And you sort of like, that's kind of normal now. Like everybody's like, yeah, there's always like this guy, he loves Pokemon, right? And I just like never got into it. Like I never hit it, you know? No, and this is exactly what people say. Like, it's a pretty deep RPG, and, like, the stories are good. Mewtwo, right? All that kind of stuff. And it's just, nah. It's not. I'm too old. Simple as that. And, like, I feel that way. Anytime I see a Pokemon game, and I, like, pick it up, and I'll, like, play it, I'll be like, nah. I'll go for, like, my Elden Ring. You know? I'll, like, I'll play, dude. I'm one to talk, man. I don't know how I feel about this. I've been going really hard on League of Legends recently. What a mistake that is, dude. Like League of Legends. What a weird, strange experience League of Legends is. For those of you who don't know, I feel like I feel like I'm revealing my deep shame. Like I would rather confess to you guys that I was a pedophile instead of a guy who played League of Legends. But for those of you who don't know, I guess, and everybody kind of knows what League of Legends is. League of Legends is a game that it was originally created in Warcraft 2. No, I think it was Warcraft 3. Warcraft 3 came out with a game editor, and one of the big selling points, it was such a huge deal that they basically gave you the editing tools to be able to create your own maps and your own rules on the map. And so from this, and there were a ton of these custom maps. People made like full-blown RPGs, and like it was like a video game creator in a way, and it was really cool because it was like you could play like the classic game of Warcraft. No, this is Warcraft 2. Yeah, it's for sure. I remember now. It's Warcraft 2. And you could play like your classic game of Warcraft 2 where you just fight each other, but you could also play all these like creative modes that people had. It was really cool, and it still exists. You can do it now if you want. And the same thing exists in StarCraft and StarCraft 2. It's one of the reasons why Blizzard Entertainment used to be the absolute best in gaming, because that's the kind of shit they used to do. They were like, here's the game, and also the tools we used to make that game. Would you like to make the game? Here you go. I really respected them as a studio for doing that. And from that came a game called Defense Against the Ancients. Or Defense... Anyway, it doesn't matter. You have 3 lanes, right? 5 heroes on each side. And there were a bunch of different heroes that you could choose from. And the goal is to destroy the core on the other side of the map. Destroy your enemy's core. There's 3 lanes, 5 people. And from that arose like a meta and like an expectation of how the game should be played. And then another group of people took that and made their own version of it. That's Riot Studios. And they called it League of Legends. And then Dota, which was the game that came directly out of this Warcraft kind of thing, got bought by Steam and is owned by Valve Studios. So you kind of got two of these things, and they've branched and gone their own separate ways. And League of Legends, so it's like 5 versus 5 game, but you end up with these games where, like, it's you and another guy kind of vying for control in a lane, and you're, like, killing minions for gold. And you can spend, like, 15, 20 minutes in a lane with this guy to try to destroy his tower to get a thing, but your entire rest of the team can just be completely fucked. And you're just like, so you spend like 20 minutes and then you're like, oh, well, the game's over. So it's like, and sometimes because there's like a champ selection that you go through, sometimes while you're going through the champ selection, you have to choose your champion before they choose theirs. And sometimes you choose yours and then they choose somebody that just completely fucks you. And so you spend like 15 to 20 minutes just in this arduous, grueling game that sometimes could just end because the team is just like, yeah, this is done. Well, fuck you. So you're like, ah. Or even worse, sometimes you can play just the best game ever. You can have the best game of your life for 15 to 20 minutes and you just kick ass and win like hell. And then the rest of your team just got so beaten up and so destroyed that by the time you actually interact with the rest of the map, the game is over. And that's heartbreaking. And because there's this like reliance on your team, right? The game is actually like the people who play the game are so toxic. The game is so toxic that they actually did a mass mute. They literally muted the entire player base. That you can't really interact with other players through text. You can like do emotes and like be like attack or like this kind of thing, but you can't type at each other. And so it's kind of like soul crushing. It's like, why am I playing this game? Why? And the truth is that it's because each game is its own story. Every experience is different. And you can't quite get that experience somewhere else. You know? Like, I haven't played a game quite like it. Anyway, there's my big confession. I'm sorry. Sorry I'm playing League of Legends. Pokemon made me a nicer person, but also made me a warmonger. I can say that it's worth it as a series. I would go to the movies first and the games and the show. I've been playing Age of Empires 2 again recently. Yeah, Age of Empires 2. Classic. Age of Empires 2 is a great game. You can learn a lot of history from Age of Empires and the Age of Empires series. You know, back when games were made with this idea that, like, yeah, we should educate people. I remember when games first started coming in and, like, computing first started coming in, there was this sort of sense that, like, video games should be fun as a game and should have that kind of thing, but they also should be educational, right? And Age of Empires was like that. Civilization was like that, where, like, sure, you had gameplay, but we also feel like we should let you know, right? Oh, you want to play a campaign? Well, you're going to play a campaign as King Saladin of this empire, and we're going to take you through his life and the campaigns that he fought as he went through his life as the emperor, right? Like, we're going to teach you something. Now video games are just like, you're a blob. Now you're a slightly bigger blob. Now you're a blob with a gun. Bread Bunny says, hey, John, asked you... Good to see you, by the way, Bread Bunny. Asked you about the idea of moving to China, escaping the collapse years ago. You seem to want to stay to help. Feeling differently on that now, are you? I am. I think it really just boils down to I can't help. Like, I'd like to. I would. But I don't think these Westerners want to help themselves. I this is going to be a kind of a downer note to sort of finish up on, but it is true. I I I think that Westerners are caught up in the death instinct. I think that there is a death instinct that humans have. Uh, the French philosophers had a phrase called "it's the call to the void." It's that sense you have when you're like standing on the edge of a cliff and you think to yourself, I could just jump. Or you're like walking down the street and a car is coming this way and you kind of have that impulse or that feeling of like, I could just jump out in front of this guy. Or like you're driving a car and you get that feeling of like, I could just, right? That exists in humans. And it's because we all intrinsically know inside of ourselves, even though we really try to avoid it and try to distract ourselves from it, that we will die. And there's a lot of fear that comes along with that. People are really afraid of that. And what I really try to encourage myself and others to do is to try to get okay with it. Try to remind yourself that like, no, I'm not going to an unknown place. I came from there. This is the place I'm visiting. This is the place I'm visiting. This is not my home. This is my vacation. This is where I am exploring. This is the journey. This is the trip. This isn't where I live. I live on the other side of the veil. And I know that's true because that's where I came from. And the structure of this place says that I go back there. And I am always reminded of that really nice Mark Twain quote, where Mark Twain said, I didn't much mind it when I wasn't here. I don't think I'll much mind it when I'm gone. And that quote gives me a lot of comfort. And it reminds me that my home is on the other side of the veil. It's mysterious and inscrutable to me. I don't know what it is because I think we're not allowed to know. Because if we did know, then this experience wouldn't be possible. I think that what exists on the other side of the veil is the opposite of this. And this can't be that, and that can't be this, which is a big reason why we're here. Because what is this and what is that? And I have been for a long time in my life holding on to the hope that everyone around me would also agree that we should make this place better. That for a long time, I believed that the reason why we weren't trying to make things better is because we didn't know how, or that there was a misunderstanding, or that we hadn't put together those pieces. But now I see that we do know how to make things better. We do know how. We don't want to. We could make things better. It wouldn't be very difficult. Like really, it wouldn't be very difficult. We don't want to. And as I begin to ask myself that question, why don't we want to? The only thing that enters my consciousness or enters my thinking is that we don't want to because we are a suicidal society. We have gripped hold of the death instinct, that we desire our self-annihilation. And when stories like this Epstein stuff comes out, when we discover more and more who our leaders are and who is actually governing us and what our society really looks like, we have a hope that that will pull us back or snap us out of it. And that we'll have a come to Jesus moment where we all go, wait, we can't possibly live like this. And who has been? We should. But the opposite is true. That the more we discover about who and what we are, the more we seek our self-annihilation. And I think this society is going to annihilate itself. And I've seen it. I've seen people do this to themselves. I've seen people annihilate themselves. And I've looked at them and I've thought to myself, you could just not do this. It would actually be, in terms of the action of it, you could just not, and it would be easy. And I've kind of come to the same conclusion. Like, I couldn't be around those people. I can't stand by and watch a person annihilate themselves. And I can't pour myself into a project if the person or the people who I'm trying to save or help are not interested in it. And this society and this culture is not interested in it. They've proven it. Couldn't be clearer. This is a society that is seeking its own self-annihilation on an intrinsic, deep, existential level that they can't articulate. They don't have the words. They don't have the language. They don't know why they want to. But they do. And I feel I've come to a point now where for a little while I was like, well, at least I can still kind of be a documentarian in a way. At least I can still be a commentator. At least I can still... And I feel like I've come to a point in my life where I've realized that that's not enough. I'm 43. That means I'm halfway through. Right? Unless I get hit by a car or lightning or have a heart attack or something, right? Like, that's life. But if all things being equal, if the trajectory continues, given my family history and all of this, I've got another 40 years of this. About. I am not interested in spending those 40 years in a society that insists on its own annihilation. I want the next 40 years of my life to be in a place where I'm surrounded by people who want what's best for their neighbors. I want to spend the last half of my life in a society where the conversations are not about how do we withhold resources from people the most effectively, but how do we get more resources into the hands of the people in the most effective manner. I can still fulfill my role as a commentator and as a documentarian from afar. I can still bear witness to the annihilation of the West from afar. I don't need to be here. And I don't really want to be here. I don't think there's anything left for me here. That will be especially true as my parents die. And yeah. And that's where my feelings are on it. That if we were even fighting back and losing, I think I would feel a lot different. You know? Like if we were putting up a struggle, if we were going to it and we were losing, I think I would feel differently. But we're not even really trying. And I think that we're not really trying because I think the vast majority of Westerners have simply accepted their own self-annihilation. And I don't want to be a part of it. I want to live. I want to have a good life. And I don't think that's going to happen here. Insofar as to like the plan and all that kind of stuff, one step at a time. One step at a time. Right? Like this right now is just thinking. This right now is just like I've got to get through one door before I got to get into the next room. I'm still on the other side of the door. What about revolutionary optimism? I tend to agree. Like, I think socialism is inevitable. I think that there is there will come a time when that all occurs, I'm tired. I feel I feel the decline beginning. I feel my joints creaking. I feel my hips getting weaker. I feel my heart isn't as strong as it was. I feel my age is beginning to become real. And you don't want it to, of course. And that there are things that I can't do anymore. And soon, sooner than I like, there will be things that I truly love to do that I won't be able to do. And soon I won't be able to do anything. And so the question is, how much misery do I want to pile upon myself? Can't I just enjoy my life for a period? And I look back on my life and ask myself, what are the things that I treasure in the last 40 years of my life? And it was when I was exploring. It was when I was moving around. It was when I was traveling and seeing the world. And I think I want to do more of that. And I just don't see myself as a Canadian anymore. I don't see myself really as a citizen of the world. You know? I know this sounds very like... I mean, is there an arrogance to it? Perhaps. But it is how I feel. Like, I don't feel like I'm a human anymore. I don't feel like I'm part of this anymore. Like, I feel like what's happening is for the humans, and that I'm just kind of looking at it. And I'm sure that the humans will figure it out. I'm sure that they will. That's where my revolutionary optimism exists, is that I'm sure they'll figure it out. Right? That's the optimist position. But I just would like to have a period of time especially in the last quarter of it, let alone the last half of it, where things are okay. Where it's not my fight anymore. And eventually it won't be your fight, right? And if people were taking to the streets, and if we were surrounding the halls of power, if we were fighting back in a meaningful way, yeah, I'd be there. Like the people of Minnesota are fighting against ICE. You goddamn right. We're not going to do that. And maybe I'll be wrong. Wouldn't mind being wrong about that one. That'd be fine. Lenin was wrong, right? Lenin thought that there'd be revolution maybe in 5 or 10 years, and then 2 weeks later, the Tsar was out. So you can never predict these things. And really the truth is that I'd like to just see China. I'd like to go there, and I'd like to speak with the people who are there. And I'd like to see their cities, and I'd like to see their towns, and I'd like to see their poor people. And I'd like to see their countryside. I'd like to see it for myself. Because I feel like for a long time I've been just looking at the West, and I think I've seen what I need to see. I think I've seen enough. And that I think I'm happy to let the problems of the West be the problems for the West. And who's to say what happens next? It seems like every year has been completely different for me. Wasn't that long ago, I was the assistant manager of a toy store. And then there was COVID. And then I was working in a restaurant. I was working in a socialist restaurant. And then it got taken over by capitalists. And then another capitalist. And then real fascists. Like real fascists. And now I'm learning to teach English as a second language. I'll do that for a minute. And who's to say? Compton. What? Is that in regards to my restaurant got taken over by real fascists comment? Yeah. Bruh, I swear to God, good to see you. If you're still around. Guerrera over on Twitch. Are you live? Yes. But you're probably also gone. I've been streaming now for 4.5 hours. Yeah, I should. Oh yeah, dude. The story of that restaurant. What a story, actually. Sometimes I think I could do an interesting one-man play. Oh, you were gone for the last 45 minutes. Oh, yeah, okay. Sometimes I think I could make a really interesting one-man play about that restaurant. It's really heartbreaking, actually, what happened to that restaurant. Yeah. Duke says, yeah, I'm planning a trip to China for the end of 2026, hopefully. Yeah. I mean, I'm learning to teach English as a second language, right? So I'm hoping to leverage that as a way to get to China. But yeah. One of the things that's been interesting about this reality is that sometimes I've thought to myself, I don't really want to do that because I have this going on, right? There's this other thing. And then life just blows that other thing up. One of the interesting things that's happening with the trade talks between Canada and China, Duke, is that China, it looks like China is going to lift the visa requirement for Canadians. So if I want to go to China, I can just go. Literally just, here's my passport, and they'll be like, cool. So that's interesting. We'll see. I think I'm going to go, guys. It's been 4.5 hours. Goodness me. Goodness me. Goodness me. Thanks for being here. Bless all of you. Glad to see each and every one of you. Always remember, each and every one of you is a quantum being, walking around in quantum energy. These billionaires are spending hundreds of billions of dollars in the hopes you'll never realize it. You'll just stay the good little commodity they need you to be. Rebel. Revolt. Repent. Good luck. We're going to need it.